Hello and good morning. It is a beautiful Saturday morning right here, and welcome to Daybreak on this beautiful, lovely Saturday morning. And it is a special edition of the program. My name is Ibrahim Yusuf.
And I am Ayubelia. Thank you for joining us this morning. In fact, we decided to do this to honor our fallen heroes, those who have made the supreme price, to keep us safe, to make sure that Nigeria is united and one indivisible country. So today is really special indeed.
Yes, it is actually a special day, and you've actually just mentioned it. The ultimate sacrifice, you know, putting your life on the line for your country, for people that you don't even know. You understand?
True.
So to make sure that the country actually stays together, everybody is safe. I mean, like, it is the ultimate sacrifice. True. And these people deserve to be honored.
True. And when you talk about sacrifice, we are talking about having to stay awake while others are sleeping.
Exactly.
We are talking about having to stay outdoor when it's raining and it's very hot. If you talk about, the sun is very sunny and all of that. And these are people with families as well. They are our brothers, they are our sisters, they are our uncles, they are our neighbors and all of that. And so we owe it to them to celebrate them on this day, especially for those who have paid the supreme price, and not forgetting those who are still in service.
Yes, there are those that are actually still in service. While we're comfortable in our homes, just like you mentioned, they're out there in the trenches. I mean, literally in the trenches, and that is exactly why we should be able to take time and understand the sacrifices these people are making, not only physical, emotional, all sorts of things, putting their lives on the line so that we can be safe. So we need to celebrate them, and they need to know that we actually appreciate what they do.
Yes, and if you look at it historically, today is significant for two reasons. First, 15th of January 1996, the first coup in Nigeria was ushered in.
Yes, exactly.
And then, of course, on the 15th of January 1970 again, we also saw the end of the Civil War. So today is just a day to be remembered in the history of Nigeria. So we'll be talking a lot, about today, and taking a look at interviews and getting reports from all across. For now, let's take a look at the events of the 15th of January in world history. Well, there you have it. Today in history, the 15th of January is remembered for quite a number of things there, really. You take a look at what we just showed you. Today also is the day back in 2001 when Wikipedia started.
Yes.
And I bet you that's a game changer because a lot has changed.
A serious game changer. I mean, like those that were not around during the period, or that were not around during the period of Wikipedia, didn't know how difficult people actually had it. You know, to get some information. You know, you had to go, you do lots of research. You know how the encyclopedia of that day used to be. You know, large volumes of books. You have to comb through them all the time. But when Wikipedia came in, it changed everything. It seriously changed how everything was looked at. You know, you could
just like the Google that we have
exactly.
Today. Once you just go on Google, type anything, and you are likely going to get an information from Wikipedia.
Exactly.
Not telling you about literally everyone.
Exactly, or anything.
Yes.
You know, so it's a real game changer, and being on January 15th, you know, it's something like that.
Yeah.
So it's a very, very important date. This.
And also, we remember Festac 77 is also an important day in the history of Nigeria, you know, especially black.
Exactly. Festac was something that was unprecedented in this country, and it happened, and with some benefits of that Festac are still being reaped up till this day. We have places like Festac Town that were actually developed during that particular period, and they're still in use up till now. So it is something that was very, very poignant in the history of Nigeria.
Well, very important not to forget, you know, some of these significant facts, you know, about our existence as a country. And now, let's take a look at this report. In the build-up to today's event, there was Jummah prayer and church service to commemorate this ceremony. Let's take a look at the report with respect to that.
Activities marking this year's Armed Forces Remembrance Day in Adamawa State was preceded by Jummah service, which held at the Jummah Mosque, Nigerian Air Force Base. At this interdenominational church service holding at St. Stephen's Military Protestant Church, Gibson Jalo Cantonment, Christians seek prayers for troops on the front lines and those who have paid the supreme price. Governor Amadu Fintri is here represented by his deputy, Crowder Sect, while the Chief of Defense Staff, General Lucky Raboy, is here, represented by Air Commodore Bukan Sani, Base Commander, 153 Base Service Group, Nigerian Air Force, who gave the goodwill message on behalf of the Chief of Defense Staff.
The armed forces fought during the Civil War to keep this country together. The Nigerian armed forces went for ECOMOG operations in Liberia and Sierra Leone and fought gallantly to ensure peace in those countries. And everywhere in the world, anywhere we go to, we have been acknowledged. The Nigerian armed forces have been fighting ever since, from the Niger Delta militants. They have been fighting a long time ago with the insurgents, the Boko Haram insurgency, the IPOC, and indeed in the Northwest now, the kidnappers and bandits. We know that we have paid sacrifices for the country, and we shall continue to defend our country to the best of our ability.
In their sermons, the clergies extolled the selflessness of the men in uniform and urged authorities to care for the families of those who have paid the supreme sacrifice to keep the nation one.
Today, as we celebrate the Armed Forces Remembrance Day 2022, is that the selfless effort, the great commitment, the zeal, and the interest for the good of the nation, which kept our heroes, when they had the opportunity to be in the stage, to act for the good of the nation, by which the armed forces fought for the good of Nigeria that has kept us together. And all we are saying about it today, we are extolling those virtues of commitment, of zealousness, of readiness, of selflessness, even in our colleagues today. The CNC is doing so much. That's the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, the President of the nation, President Muhammadu Buhari. The service chiefs are doing wonderfully well, and our commanders at various levels are doing the same thing. So all we are telling the people, our colleagues today, is that it is good to imbibe these same qualities in order to be able, when the time will come, so that we have the strong and formidable armed forces to hand over to the coming generation.
Let governments put more effort to compensate not only to pray for them this very day, but do something practical assistance to their families. I pray the government will do more than what they are doing. I know they are doing, we pray they will do more of what they are doing, so that it will touch the heart of the living ones.
Well, there you have it, where we have these people who are, honoring the fallen heroes, are also celebrating this. It's always very important to see Nigerians come together and united. We have, prayers in the church and the mosque,
exactly.
regarding Nigeria's unity. I really look forward to seeing more of that unity. We talk a lot about it,
Yes.
but when it comes to
Yes,
in practicality, sometimes you really wonder.
Yeah, we do talk a big game when it comes to saying that, okay, we need to be united despite our diversity and all that, and instead of looking at our differences, we should understand them. Yes, we talk about them, but how do we practice it? And I don't think it's something that's that difficult. It's just a question of the mindset, knowing that your neighbor is not your enemy, no matter what religion or where he comes from, So I think it's something that it's a mindset issue, and the sooner we start getting that, right, the better for
and
all of us.
Politicians play a big role in this.
Exactly.
They're very important.
Exactly, because we've had situations, a lot of situations whereby people accuse politicians of using religion, ethnicity, to divide the people and for their own political gains, which is something that it needs to change. That's
Really,
just the bottom line.
It has to change.
Yeah.
For Nigeria to move on.
Exactly. Exactly.
All right, let's take a look at yet another report. The Nigerian Armed Forces Remembrance Day is a day set aside for sober reflections on the significance of the armed forces to the country. Now, in this special interview with elder statesman Tanko Yakase, he talked about how the event of 15 January 1996 changed the political landscape of Nigeria. Take a look.
I went to Lagos for a meeting aimed at the radical in the NEPO and radical in the UMBC, because we had three major political parties in the north at that time: the MPC, the NCNC, and the UMBC. UMBC was for minority people in the north. We had to come through the, what do you call this area? Near the NBC, Nigerian Broadcasting, Ikoyi. I was in Ikoyi. You have to come through Obalande. So coming through Obalande, I saw large number of military people checking vehicles. I said, what happened? That was the first time. So I didn't know. I said, look, instead of going to the House of Representatives for this meeting, I had a friend called Moody Baba, who was born in Lagos. He was a houseman from Kano. So I said, let me go to Moody and find out what is happening. Meanwhile, from Ikoyi to Moody was living along Nnamdi Azikiwe Street. There are so checkpoints, military checkpoints. I went, Moody didn't know what was happening. Then another friend, Miko Abdullah, came. He said he learned that Sardauna was killed, Tafawa Balewa was missing, and Okotebo, Akintola was killed. That was how I came to know about the military takeover at that time. It was a tragedy for Nigeria that will take time to disappear. So you are talking of the role of the military. That recklessness, I will call it, by Ndegu and his colleagues. You see, at that time, the Igbo were not up to 10%, or Southerner, in fact, were not up to, at best, 20 or 30% of the number of people in the military establishment in Nigeria, except in the senior leadership cadre. So, but how can 10% or even 30% think of staging a coup and eliminate leadership from the north, who constituted 70-80% of the total men under the gun? So that was the tragedy that befell Nigeria. She's the military. But the military at that time was not interested in politics. I had a good number of friends in the military at that time. But that at that time, those who attempted the coup eliminated the political leadership from the north and the west. And they were unfortunately Igbo elements that changed the entirety of the political nature of Nigerian politics at that time. Because the impression was created that Igbo staged this coup to take over control. Before then, there were certainly ethnic rivalry in different major groups, 3 major groups in Nigeria: Hausa Fulani, or Northerners, Westerners, Easterners. So, being the Igbos, Ndegu and the rest of them, most of them, the only Yoruba man among them was what is called in. Fortunate thing is that any time we started to correct the mistake of the first, the military will come and scuttle the efforts, and we'll go back to square one. And this is what happened. I pray we are now 20 years away from military rule. But unfortunately, we are not out of the woods yet, because those who led Nigeria till today had military background, who came to power through coup d'etat, not through election. Obasanjo, Buhari, whether you like it or not, Buhari, Obasanjo cannot build democracy in Nigeria. I'm not just criticizing them because they are military. The fact in the ground is that they are not able to build democracy. Obasanjo did not build democracy in Nigeria. There was an attempt, but he did not build democracy. Look at Buhari, who tried to contest election 3 times and failed, and succeeded in the 4th time through, by accident, the effort of one individual here. And he succeeded. And yet, till today, the thing is half military, half civilian. But we are making progress. Our task is to eliminate that half, the other half, in the process, because time is in our favor. My experience with the Round Table Conference in Nigeria does not encourage me to support this thinking. I took part in 2 of them. Unfortunately, the moment we entered into the conference hall, we go back to our original mantra: Hausa or Northern for the north, Israel for the east. So I will support a dialogue, but in a different form, not in the way it was organized before. We have now progressed. We have a lot of political scientists in Nigeria. We have a lot of economists a lot of different people with the requisite of knowledge that can develop any country. We are lucky that whether you like it, you like Nigeria or not, we have the concentration of better educated black people in the world, better even than in the United States of America, because they discriminated against them. They denied them the opportunity to be on equal terms with the white one. My son went to Liberia just recently. He just came back. He came back about a week, then I left for Lagos, then for Abuja. He was surprised that Liberia, which was the first black independent nation, was far, far, far behind Nigeria. He said this is the first impression he got when he went to that. He said he was so disappointed that Liberia, which is a concentration of black people brought in from America, that they are far away in terms of development from the black people of Nigeria. It's a blessing, this concentration of black people. We don't understand it. You wouldn't know that until you go somewhere else. People who don't go outside Nigeria, they will not appreciate how important it is to have this concentration of the black people. We have southern Nigeria, which is better educated than the northern Nigeria, but we have more people. When they brought us together, we are 55%. They are 45%. So the 45% will help the 53%. One day we'll be at par. Another thing we have more numbers. But when you have in a democracy, when you have more number, you have more vote, you have more representation, so there will be a balance, a time that when there will be a balance. And then the development.
What's your message to the armed forces as they continue to battle insurgency?
The message is that let the armed forces, the retired and those who are in the service, learn from the lesson, the havoc, the misfortune, the military intervention that brought to this Nigeria. And let them change their mantra. Forget about politics is not for the military. They chose to go to the military out of their own volition. Nobody asked anybody who is in the military to go to the military. They went on their own. Let them stay there. This is what they chose. People who chose to be engineers, others chose to be doctors, others chose to be whatever, business people and so on. They are succeeding. Those who chose to go to the military, let them stay there. Let them forget about politics. Let them leave the politics for the politicians. Because politics is the only vehicle for development in the whole world. It is what made people better. Let us leave politics for the politicians. The politicians, they compete, like at the beginning I said, the competition, the best thing in politics, because you come with your idea, the other man who wants to take over from you will develop better ideas than your own. The ideas, the competition ideas keep on. There is no limit to this. So let them leave it for the politicians to compete with one another. Because we do, now it's a democracy. Sooner or later, democracy will prevail. And democracy means competition. Means competition not only, not competition of guns, but competition of ideas. So we'll be able to use better ideas to develop our country, develop our society, and we make our country greater than what it is today.
Well, there you have it. That special interview with Tankuya Kasai. These are people that saw it all. It
Exactly.
happened right before them.
Exactly.
And so taking us memory lane, painting that graphic picture of what exactly happened that day is quite really interesting. And I think central to the discussion is about Nigeria's unity and development, and the role of the military as well. You could see that for those who said, well, the First Republic was, doing well, as far as democracy is concerned, until that junta,
Exactly.
the very first one that, shaped Nigeria's political space till today. And we are seeing, evidently the impact, of all of these military interruptions, isn't it?
Yes, actually, it is quite significant when you look at the situation. If you remove that particular event in Nigerian history, if that never happened, definitely we probably won't be where we are today. You understand? I'm not saying it's going to either be positive or negative, but definitely we won't be where we are today because those events of that day actually shaped the entire course of where this nation is. Because prior to that, the military had no involvement in governance. The military was the military. Politicians were doing their thing. But once they got that taste, it was very difficult to get it out of their mouth. You understand? Because just like the elder statesman pointed out, we start healing, we go back to democracy, we have a few, and then at the end of the day, the military comes back again, because they already had a taste of it, and he still made a very strong point. Up till now, we still have those retired military guys. They are still coming back and becoming politicians now and still being in the ruling class. So I think that is all an offshoot of the events of January 15th, 1966.
And really, some analysts believe that some of these military people are unrepentant, even though they, say that they are Democrats. But certain events have shown that, look, there is still this military element, in them. And the discussion is always about, okay, how can Nigeria move on from where it is? Nigeria, because of that event, has greatly been divided. Yes, we've seen several efforts, by subsequent governments and administration to try to foster unity, on Nigeria. Specifically, if you talk about the administration of Yakubu Gowon, who saw the end to that civil war. The NYSC, for instance, was an initiative under his administration to try to foster unity among Nigerians. Yes, the unity schools, came to be. Myself attended one of them. And yes, I can tell you that, yes, it's quite a unifying force because I had a lot of friends from different parts of the country, from the east, from the west, and we all saw ourselves as Nigerians, really. There was no distinctions about whether I'm from the north, I'm from.
Well, going by what you're seeing,
east,
what you're seeing now, is it still? Does it still have that kind of significance? The schools that we have now, the unity schools.
Yes. Well, the thing is that some of the schools have been weakened. Some of the conflicts that we've seen in recent past has further divided the country
That's
again.
a larger society.
Yes, and as a result of that, let's take NYC for instance. Now, when you come to deployment, of youth corps members, people are not always, relaxed and comfortable when it comes to deployment to certain locations.
Exactly.
There is this apprehension, that comes on because of the feeling that on all of that. And these were the very reasons why the whole initiative was introduced in the first place, so that Nigerians can get to relate more, better and all of that. But unfortunately, we are still living with some of these symptoms. And personally, I think that politicians have a big role, to play in this, like we highlighted earlier on. When you listen to politicians, especially during campaigns and all of that, they seem to re-emphasize, some of these things that, divide us, some of these things that are meant to, make us a stronger people, together. They kind of reinforce these things, and the truth is, it's not in the interest of anyone.
Yes, well, it's in their own interest. That's the politicians. Except it's not in the interest of the general population. I mean, like, they make these things issues. They bring these things up. They highlight these issues. They make them into issues where they're not even supposed to be because of their own political gains. That's what they're after. Sure. So that is the problem. And unfortunately, just like the elder statesman Tom Kwakase actually said, the politicians are the ones who are supposed to heal this. You know, because just like you pointed out, the military are not politicians, you know. They have their own role to play in society, so they should stick to it. You don't bring an undertaker and have him run a medical school for you. You understand? It won't work. So that's how it works. That's how it should be. But unfortunately, a certain section of politicians that actually do not have that general interest of the general population at hand, and that is why we have situations like this, whereby they promote these things, all the differences that we do have that are actually supposed to make us stronger when we are united in one place, but they highlight these things and then they cause these divisions, and that is why we have all these rifts in society as we have them now.
Yes, but on our part, as journalists and broadcasters, we'll continue to project and give you the right information, give you the awareness that you need to understand that we are a people, and united we are stronger together, instead of divided people. You cannot achieve any kind of progress when you are not together. And so Nigeria as a people must understand the strength that it has, the multicultural diversity that we have, we must bring it to bear, and that we must understand that we are first human beings before we are anything else.
Even what we're doing now, celebrating Armed Forces Remembrance Day, the sacrifices of these people, we owe it to them. Those people that sacrificed their lives, those military men that actually died for Nigeria to stay together, we actually owe it to them to be unified.
All right. Now, we'll take a quick break, and then when we come back, we'll take a look at another report by Regiment Sergeant Major Rafiu Ajetumobi, a Nigerian Civil War veteran, who also recount his experience on this special day. So, stay with us.
Sir, end of your address. May I have your correct and your combatant permission to carry with the troops. Sir.
There are some ex-servicemen, actually, who are still to some extent, able-bodied. Some of them find other things to do. They don't wait for pension. Some of them are bedridden. They cannot do anything. They rely on this pension. And this pension, if it comes, it's not even enough, because when the government increases salary of workers, that of the pensioners are supposed to be reviewed. In fact, the Constitution says that the pension should be reviewed every 5 years. But that does not happen regularly. And you see, within 5 years, the value of what we are taking is gone with inflation. So you have to get some people to agitate, call the attention of those in authorities to what is to the plight of these pensioners. I am not saying that it is not to say that the pensioners are completely neglected. When you make enough noise, somebody will come and say, what is happening? Okay, call a meeting. What are they asking for? What are they talking about? But the fact is that some of these people, they know exactly what we are talking about. They just won't do it until the agitation is on. So some of these people, we have various organizations who contribute money, even from their pocket, to go and take care of some bedridden ones. But the fact is that it is not enough. You see, the slogan, the "No Victor, no Vanquish," came in after the war. But the one that was on during the war was to keep Nigeria one is a task that must be done. Pronounced first by the then head of state, General Yakubu Gowon. And that was the slogan we used in fighting the war. Apart from war songs and so on. You know. So, after the war, there was this 3R created by the government: reconciliation, rehabilitation, and resettlement. So the government planned along that line, and they tried to resettle some people, because you know, naturally when there is war, there will be refugees. People who are separated from their families for a long time, and probably the war is now over. Everybody is looking for how to reconcile or reunite with their families and siblings. And it takes a lot of efforts, because the sibling you are looking for maybe is in Lagos, you are in Enugu. Maybe that person you are looking for is in Kaduna, because everybody tried to find their way outside the war-affected area. So by the time the war was over, there was a lot of movement all over the place. And the government looked at it that, okay, the war is over, no victor, no vanquished. That we're all brothers, we should try to reconcile with ourselves. The government did a lot in rehabilitation and resettlement that time, along the line of uniting the country. The Nigerian Army, or the armed forces as a whole, is one area that has remained one, despite political division and leanings. There are regulations binding the armed forces, and these regulations are hardly bent for anybody. The military always insists on their regulation, and whoever flouts that regulation, somebody is held responsible. There is nothing goes wrong in the military that you will say you don't have somebody to be held responsible. Somebody must be held accountable. Maybe at the end of the day, those in charge might look at the whole scenario and say, okay, let us pardon him. It was a mistake. He has not been doing like that before. He has been very dutiful and you know, loyal, diligent, and so on. Pardon, or you may say, in the way of pardon, give me a light punishment. But somebody must be held accountable. And these laws, once anybody fails to do his duty, somebody is called accountable. There are many memories, but one particular memory that I keep on carrying along up till now was when I was in the 3 Marine Commando. You know, I joined the army with somebody. And when he was shot, we were moving together. You know, always in the same trench and so on. When he was shot, his intestine was out. And he used hand to cover his intestine like this. And he was still helping others who are also injured. We were helping them, and we were still assisting. But he later died. You know. So that's during the war. And there are so many memories like that. You are going, you kill the person on your right, kill the person on your left, and you are thinking you are the next person. But the bullet never meets you. And you keep going. And you go, those of you remaining, you get to the objective. After neutralizing the objective, you now come back and start picking your dead to bury them. Because we can't leave them there. As you are advancing on the ground, the vultures are advancing in the air. So the moment you leave your corpse there, they will come and remove the eyes and begin to pinch the body. So we do everything to make sure that we bury our dead. So very gruesome, and but there's nothing you just can do about it. So long as you are alive, you will keep going. I remember one of my, I would say, who served as my first godfather in the war front. You know, when we were advancing and somehow we were separated. When, you know, once bullets start flying, there will be chaos and everybody will run different directions. So we were separated. And somebody came to me after we have entered into the village and say, Rafi, they have shot your brother. And when he said my brother, I knew that was the person he was talking about. I said, where is he? He said, he's on the road. They are bringing him. So some people, they now brought him to the camp. And when he was lying down, I didn't want to go and see him because instantly my mind told me that he was going to die. And you know, when we capture a place, we will give everybody a space of defense. We will establish all around defense. And that's your defense, you have to dig a trench. And I was in my trench, I just put my back on a wall like this. I just dozed off briefly. And what I saw was him in that dream. Within that kind of sleep, you know, about 5-6 minutes like that, I saw him. So he was telling me that, he said, Rafiu, you see, I'm well now. They told you I was shot, but yes, they look at the place here. And I saw a spot here, actually. Say I was shot here. Say, but I'm okay now. Was moving. So, and if I dream like that, the person will die. Even if somebody is sick, even up to now, if I dream like that and somebody is sick, he will die. So when I woke up, I just looked towards the direction where they took him. So it was around 4:30 in the morning. So I now went there, I saw him, he was on the ground. That place, there was no means of transportation because we crossed rivers by leg to reach that village. Somebody, you know, which the river even took away some people.
Well, very, 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 very sad memory there to live with, really. And this is why we say never again. Because if you listen to the experiences of some of these legionnaires, it's really, really a very sad one. Imagine, you know, having friends, that you are fighting on the same front with, and then they are shot
in front of you.
In front of you.
Yes.
You know, that's even making it worse. You know, right in front of you.
Exactly.
You know, imagine the trauma that comes with. Imagine the emotional stress that comes with. You would have to live with that your entire life. Exactly. You know, just like he narrated.
Yeah, it's not something that you get over. It's not something that you forget. Yes, you move on, but it's not something that you forget. So it's really it's disheartening when you find out that those are actually fanning the embers of discontent now, and all those are beating the drums of war now. They never actually lived through it. They don't know what the war is all about. They don't know what it's all about. They just heard stories, and lots of people think it's something out of a movie.
Is that easy? Yes.
You understand? And that's why they're beating those drums now. But for those people who actually lived it, they know what war is all about.
Truly.
And that is what we should
and
try to
you know,
avoid.
I'm trying to just imagine what the scenario was. So you are here in the front, you have a target, you are not looking back. Even when people beside you are shot, you cannot stop.
And even when you're injured yourself,
you cannot stop. You have to keep moving until when you are done with your target, or when you are retreating or something, and then you now go back to the people that were shot.
Exactly.
And only God knows what the vultures would have done by then.
By then, exactly.
You know, like you had him, taking off the eyes and all that. And so that's why I actually think that some of these fallen heroes deserve to be honored on a day like this. The sacrifice is huge. And truly, when you think about it, some of them that are still alive, you know, when we think about their welfare, you know, what is there for us to see? Are we really proud, you know, of the kind of treatment that they get? You know, some of them don't get their pensions as they should. You know, it's very little, as a matter of fact, in some instances, and cannot even sustain them. You know, so, and they gave their whole life to this service.
Yes.
You know,
because some of them were actually injured in the service. You understand? They got injured in service, and they're currently disabled because of what they did then, and they're not being taken care of. So it is something that actually needs to be looked at. You know, the welfare of these people that are still alive, apart from the emotional trauma that they're actually going to, just like we heard in this interview. Apart from that emotional trauma, the physical trauma that most of them have actually suffered, and now to come and start living in a situation whereby you can't afford to take care of yourself. That is something that really needs to be looked at.
And at this point, some of us actually believe and think that, look, I think it's important that we have something like a welfare fund or some kind of, you know, trust fund where individuals, private individuals will have the opportunity to make donations, to, you know, contribute money for the welfare of our troops, both retired and those ones that are serving, because trust me, we owe the, you know, unity of this Nigeria to our military. I mean, we can talk about the events of 1966 and how coups affected, you know, our democracy and all of that. Again, if you listen to some of those people that partook in that coup, it's not entirely because they just wanted power. You know, some of the reasons that they gave was, in their thinking at the time, was to salvage the country from an imminent doom. You know, not to make a case for coup plotters and all that, but I guess, you know, sometimes if you think about it, if you think through it, you'd see that there's some element of patriotism in it, even though it was not the best way.
It was misguided,
you know, to go about it.
Yes, it was misguided patriotism, if you want to put it like that. Yes, they were driven by patriotic elements because at the time they felt the ship was sinking and they needed to do something to salvage it, but that wasn't the right way to go.
Really?
You know, that wasn't the right way to go.
Well, we pray that Nigeria heal from that past, and will continue to, you know, bring all the necessary information that we need to guide us through, even in these times that we are living in. Now, we'll take a quick breather, and then when we come back, we'll be taking a look at the dailies on Daybreak this morning. Please stay with us.
have your correct and your combatant permission to carry out with the troops. Huh.
Not necessarily tribal or regional.
All right, thank you for staying with us. This is Daybreak Special, and today we are zooming our focus on the activities of the Armed Forces Remembrance Day. We are remembering our fallen heroes for all the sacrifices that they made in making sure that Nigeria remain together, united, and also protecting the sovereignty and territorial integrity of the nation. Now, this time we're taking a look at the dailies on Daybreak, and we have in the studio Ali M. Ali, Deputy President, Nigerian Guild of Editors, for our newspaper review. Good morning and welcome to the program.
Thank you for having me. Good morning.
All right.
Good morning, viewers.
Yes. Now we'll begin with Daily Trust newspaper this morning, and quite a number of stories there. The lead story is an exclusive interview with former Head of State Ibrahim Babangida, and he talks about why he didn't remarry. And there you would find the writer also talking about the president I want in 2023. So if you are curious, just like me, you might want to watch TrustTV later on Sunday, today by 7 p.m. and also There will be a repeat of that interview on Reminiscences on the TV to show you, just to have a hint on where the thinking of the former head of state is as regards the 2023 presidential race. So you might want to take a look at that. In case you do not have Star Times, you can watch on YouTube. This is being live streamed on YouTube and on Facebook as well. Connect with us on all our social media platforms. Now, other stories there. Nigerians pay tributes on Armed Forces Remembrance Day. You'd find the details of that on page 4 of the Daily Trust newspaper. And then the next one, Inside Life of Women Turned Breadwinners. The writer says, I break stones to take care of my kids. And that's according to a widow. 5 of my children completed secondary school through my effort. And the next one, my husband is an employee of my tricycle business. You'd find details of that story on page 5 and 6. The next one is a feature. After festivities, Nigerians tell tales of January hardship. Of course, we know the popular saying about January, that January is a month with 6 weeks.
Exactly.
You know, and that's because of the festivities. Usually it comes with a lot of people spend a lot of money during festivities.
And they find it difficult to recover during January.
All right, now the next one says, Inside Politics, Ekiti Governorship, all eyes on Fayemi Tinubu as 7 jostle for APC ticket. I think these are the major stories on the front page of Daily Trust newspaper this morning.
All right, so next we're going to be looking at the Punch newspaper, which carries this headline. It says, time running out for new electoral bill, says INEC. And that is the major headline on the front page of the Punch newspaper. And the rioters there warns law should be in place at least a year before polls. And then holds by-elections in Ondo, Cross River, Imo, others February 26. That is the major headline on the front page of the Punch newspaper. It says, time running out for new electoral bill, says INEC. Another story on the front page of the Punch newspaper is 2023, trouble for Atiku, Tambuwal, others as Afenifere, Ohaneze reject northern candidates. That's a story on the front page of the Punch newspaper as well. So you can find that story on page 18. And there's a story here on page 4 on the Punch newspaper that says, I hope God listens to our prayers on security. That is coming from the president. That's a quote attributed to the president, hoping that God listens to our prayers on security. And then there's a story here about Nnamdi Kanu. Well, he's advising his supporters to be civil while coming to witness his trial, Kanu tells supporters. That is a story that you can find on page 5 of the Punch newspaper. When we come down the front page, we'll find stories about security here. Amotekun grills 7 northerners nabbed with over 30 dogs, charms, cutlasses in Ondo. That's the story on the front page of the Punch. Another story on page 7 says, police blame poor intelligence as fleeing Zamfara terrorists kill 40 Taraba vigilantes. So that's the story on page 7, on talking about insecurity. The police there blaming poor intelligence as fleeing Zamfara terrorists kill 40 Taraba vigilantes. So if you're interested in any of these stories, pick up the Punch newspaper. Those stories are actually there.
All right, next one, The Guardian. Here it leads with the story, 2023 presidency, stakeholders weigh Southwest-Southeast chances. You'd see the writer says Southeast must negotiate with other zones. YCE and Igbo should do away with sense of entitlement. That's Oki. And then Tinubu's interest against natural justice, Ohanese's gripe. APC candidate likely to emerge from Southwest. And then stories at the bottom there. WHO, Omicron fueled COVID-19 surge, flattening in Africa. And then you see also APC convention may hold February 25th. Tension in Delta as suspected herders attack community. And then the other stories there says Nigeria lost 2,927 males to road accidents in 9 months. At the bottom, Southern Middle Belt leaders insist on power shift to South. That's on page 4. And then you also see Customs kills 2-year-old girl while chasing smugglers. That's also on page 5 of the Guardian newspaper. These are the major stories on the front page there.
So next we will look at the Nation newspaper on Saturday. The first major headline there in front of the front page of the Nation, it says APC governors set for showdown talks over convention primaries. And the rider there that says National Convention may hold on February 25th. That story comes on the front page of the Nation. And when you go to the top of the page there, you'll find still on politics. Don't present unqualified candidates for Ekiti Oshun polls. INEC warns parties. And then rider there that says to hold by-elections in Ondo, Plateau, 2 others February 26th. Then some stories there about security, and says gunmen tied me, shot my children one after the other. That's a father there recounting his experience. That's on page 12 of the Nation. And towards the bottom of the page, you'll find police repel Boko Haram attack on training college and deny abduction of officers. Another story here attributed to the president will prevail over security challenges, Buhari tells Nigerians as he hosts Grand Khalifa of Tijaniya movement. That is a story on page 4 of the Nation. Then another one that you might find interesting. Family returns 11 million naira unearned pay of deceased Yobe civil servant. That is a story there on page 5 that you can find on The Nation. NDLEA mum over Obi Cubana's arrest. That is a page question. That is another story on page 25. Then another one on page 11 says, my husband murdered my 3 daughters to traumatize me. That is on page 11 of The Nation newspaper. So if you're interested in any of these stories, they are there on The Nation.
All right, take a look at this day newspaper this morning. The first story there at the very top talks about Boko Haram attacks, mobile police training school in Borno. ISWAP releases video of its men ransacking Army Institute. Chibok also invaded. Well, the other story below that, Buhari hosts Grand Khalifa of Tijaniya Islamic movement. And then below the nameplate, you'd see Irabo. Military remains loyal to democratic rule, declares army now well focused on performing its constitutional roles. The lead story on this day, South Middle Belt leaders urge parties to zone presidency to South. And then also you'd find the next one, Governor group faults Governor Yahaya's silence on killings in southern Gombe. So these are the main stories on this day this morning.
All right, and the next paper we'll look at is the Blueprint on the weekend. And the major headline there in front of the Blueprint says, Sofiat, raising the bar of the military traditions. And riders there, common female officer violated extant military laws, says the army. And then the women groups are saying that the laws are discriminatory. And Reno Omokri is saying that military should have promoted the love story. And then Nigeria not under military dictatorship. Well, that's the story on the front page of the Blueprint, talking about the military there. And then there's a story, why Umahi should take over from Buhari in 2023. That's attributed to Iziali. That's a story on page 26. And then post-mortem, Christmas expenses versus New Year realities. That's on page 15. You can actually find it there. When you go towards the bottom of the page, you find gunmen kidnap 4 Federal University Lafayette students. And of course, when it comes to politics, South says APC National Convention to hold February 25th. And then another story here. On page 7 of the Blueprint says, I've retired from impregnating women, says Tubaba. So if you're interested in any of these stories, kindly pick up the Blueprint newspaper and you'll find them there.
All right, well, like we told you, we have Ali M. Ali, who is the Deputy President, Nigeria Guild of Editors, for our newspaper review this morning. Welcome again.
Good morning. Once again, good morning, viewers. It's good to be here.
Yeah. All right, well, the conversation about 2023 politics seems to be getting louder. I mean, for each day that passes by, we thought it would come much later, but already we are seeing that January is kickstarting a litany of campaigns already, if I may, and not even the Armed Forces Remembrance Day will, sway these conversations from appearing on our national dailies? Do you think that there's a disconnect? Because I'm not seeing any story, I mean, except for a few mentions, I'm not seeing any paper leading with the story about Armed Forces Remembrance Day. Do you think that there's a disconnect there?
Well, I think this is the time perhaps the editors are influenced by the market. What I mean, what people want to read about. If you like, Armed Forces Remembrance Day has become a routine, annual routine. But people are more interested in who is likely to lead them by next year. So the editors are not mindless of this expectation by the generality of Nigerians, even those who are totally apolitical. So naturally you expect that, well, especially with the back and forth of the ruling party, the convention about the ruling party, whether it's going to hold in February or not. And then the nature of the leadership of the ruling party. It's a caretaker committee that was supposed to last for 6 months, but it has been in office now plus minus nearly 20 months, 18 months, and still counting. And the likely scenario that the leadership of the interim leadership of the ruling party may be extended to June. So these are the issues that will linger and will dominate headlines. Yes, it's curious that newspapers are not reflecting, especially an important day like this. It's not reflective in the, maybe because, again, today being the weekend, normally, like we say in the newsroom, people are tired of reading hard news all week long. On a day like this, today, especially weekend, people want to relax with stories that are totally unconnected with politics. But that is not the case. If you look at virtually all the newspapers, except one or two, and you see the papers that have kept the tradition alive of having a soft news kind of trust blueprint. They have taken the lead in today's edition especially, but others, they are hardcore political news. And like I said, a lot of Nigerians, because we are very political, Nigerians are political, intensely political. The conversation about 2023 actually started from the time President Buhari was declared winner of the 2019 election. So you can, if you like, go back and to 2019. And now that the election is just maybe a heartbeat away, and from all indication, it's going to be a close call. Nobody can say for certain who is likely to fly the flag of any of the two major parties, the ruling party, that is, and the opposition. Yeah, people can only hazard one or two guesses.
But if I may do a follow-up to that, I mean, we have about 14 to 15 months to the general elections, and Armed Forces Day is just one day, isn't it? How is the relationship between the press, and our military, and in terms of, honoring, in terms of telling the positive stories, in terms of talking about, the good deeds, of the military? Because we seem to be more focused on more of the negativities, isn't it?
Yeah, well, I think, you see, the thing is, it has to be a two-way kind of thing. You expect editors, especially, on a day like this, perhaps they've, depending on the versatility of their defense correspondent or editors, line editors, that is, that we're going to, well, maybe put together different angles to a day like this. Interviews with veterans and even those who have participated, especially in the wars to keep Nigeria together, well, which is only one. But then look at the heroic role of Nigerian armed forces in peacekeeping operation worldwide, and especially on the continent of Africa. Like you rightly pointed out, I would have expected also editors also to zero in on like some of the exploits. Look at the heroic work of the Nigerian armed forces in Liberia, in Sierra Leone, and even which other country that Nigeria helped substantially to stabilize those countries, especially in the 90s. But like I earlier mentioned, sometimes you also have to be mindful where perhaps you have copy cells, where you have leadership. And unfortunately, unless the military also make the overtures to also tell its own story, people are too busy looking at the market, looking at the figures, look at the sales figures, to really sit, maybe detach for a moment and say, look, let's zero in on some of these things we itemized, the heroic role of the Nigerian armed forces over the years on the continent of Africa and beyond.
So could the current insecurity challenges or security challenges that we're actually facing right now, and some people seeing the efforts or lack thereof of the military to curtail this, could this actually be a contributing factor to why there's this negativity towards the military?
Well, perhaps I wouldn't say it's negative as such. The media is just aloof, so to say.
Yes.
It's not very aloof to the exploit of the military. And like you rightly pointed out, the lingering insecurity nationwide is not really even, in a way, a telling narrative on the military. It's because of the failure of a very strong police force. If you look at it, the military, Nigerian military, unfortunately, the Nigerian police force is, well, literally missing in action. Because the Nigerian military now is saddled with internal security, which shouldn't be its responsibility. It's not the responsibility of the armed forces, but because of the overwhelming security challenges, the military is involved in internal security operation, which shouldn't be. The military primarily should be concerned with defending the territorial sovereignty of the nation against external attacks. But with the military involved in so many internal operations, like for example, the Northeast insurgency that has lingered for over a decade, actually should have been a police or National Guard responsibility, not the military. The military should check external threats. But with that, now where is the police? The police, unfortunately, is not really alive because the police is under-equipped, under limited personnel, and clearly demotivated. And with the military now doing police work, you expect that they will come into contact with the public, and then it will also be susceptible to all the ills of the Nigerian state, susceptible to influences, corruption and so on and so forth. And naturally, with that, the military will be increasingly demystified. And this is exactly where we are now. Because in the past, the mayor mentioned the mere sighting of military personnel in military fatigue, will send shivers down the spine of it. But we've seen it just like after the end of the Second World War, when soldiers from the continent of Africa came face to face with the horrors of war, and then they realized the white man, after all, is just human like the rest of us. And then subsequently there was the agitation especially for African states to be independent, because in the course of the Second World War, a lot of the colonial master was demystified. So this is what we have currently. After seeing the military being ordinary mortals and repeatedly being chased by insurgent elements, their military and their installations attacked, and then equipment, hardware carted away, and you expect, yes, people will be wondering. And maybe that has seeped into the press. Yes.
So from a journalistic point of view now, is there any damage control that the military can do?
Well, I think the military is doing a lot of damage control. It's just that the lingering insecurity is so overwhelming. And one of which you can see the military is more engaging now. You see the military nationwide. I mean, in all military, there are spokesmen. There are even programs highlighting defense inroads in countering. Yeah, but more importantly, I think, is the action. More than the talking that will do that. And you can see in the past, and each time the military, especially the air component unit of the counter-insurgency effort, each time they make any successful attack is recorded and it's shared, so to convince a skeptical citizenry. You understand? But every now and again, you see the efforts of the military be rolled back by occasional breaches, like what happened only yesterday night, which is all over social media. We've seen all that. And then, of course, you also see the heroic efforts by the military to change the narrative. But then it's still back and forth.
And, you know, what would be the role of citizens, you know, in boosting the morale of troops? Yes, like you highlighted. I mean, these are our brothers, they are our sisters, they are uncles and aunties. I mean, they are just human like us, you know, with their own fears as well. So
yeah, of course.
That you are a trained soldier doesn't mean that you are immune,
Precisely.
you know, from fear. So
immortal, yeah.
Definitely that's a role that, you know, citizens can play, isn't it, in terms of boosting morale and all of that. How much are we doing with respect to that, and how well can we do that better?
Well, I think maybe there's a lot of room for improvement in that direction. For example, we are very prayerful people. We are very religious people. How often do you get to hear of special prayer sessions being organized for the military to succeed? That is the beginning. How often do you get to hear that? But you hear all the time that so number of clerics have been assembled for one politician to succeed at the polls. So we can begin from that, because we're a deeply religious country. Even the Constitution recognizes that we're a multi-religious and multi-ethnic entity. So, and then our own attitude to the military, especially military personnel in uniform. Sometimes because also the mindset of the average military, especially those at the bottom of the ranking order. Sometimes they are very combative, needlessly combative. Elsewhere, for example, the United States, the military in public, they are highly respected. They are given preferences in public. For example, they bought, once you are in uniform, you take whatever public transport free. You are not charged. Let's begin to do that here, to give them a sense of, look, they are sacrificing lives and limbs so that you and I can sit in a place like this and look at issues. And that's another way, giving them public respect and recognition. And then every military personnel do not just drop from heaven. Back home, he has a ward, he has family. They should be respected from their roots, you know. But often the time, because they serve and then far away from home, some of them, they have totally disconnected from their ancestral homes. I have known of military officers or military personnel nationwide, all over, either security, because they've been uprooted from their kids. Yeah, their kids have no sense of connection with their ancestral home. So I think it's important we have that greater community-military relationship. So with that, perhaps, and then the military also, especially those at the bottom of the ranking order, should be a little bit more civil in engaging citizens. I've seen instances of needless brutality, molest, if you like, which sometimes have been captured with the ubiquitous smartphone all over. You see it. And I think the military also have taken steps to rectify this perception that is all about brutes, about browns, and really brains.
So while we're still on the issue of the image of the military,
yes.
Can the military benefit from a better relationship with the press, so to speak?
Yeah, I think it's actually benefiting, because look, if you see the relationship now in all the three arms of the armed forces, Navy, Air Force, and Army, they have spokesmen, they have Department of Public Communication, and I know for a fact that those who head in those departments are all constantly engaging with the media. They may not be as suave as perhaps corporate communication personnel in, say, the banks, for example. They may not be as suave as that and as persuasive as that, because they are military people. You know the command structure. Until the Oga at the top, let me use that expression now, clears that. They may not be even proactive. But you can see that they've taken that steps to perhaps get close to the media. And I know that from time to time they engage the media, various levels, workshops, and then taking them even to on some of their missions. Yes.
And I'm aware also that they have these civil military departments, you know, in the services that do all of that. Now, talking about, you know, changing the face of the military, demystifying, having that human face to it. There's a story that trended, you know, within the year, I think from last year, about this female soldier who was proposed to, you know, at the NYC camp, and that video went viral on social media. She was detained, you know, and that, you know, there were all sorts of conversations that emanated from that. Was that a missed opportunity in your thinking for the military or the army to use that, you know, story to maybe begin to change some of the narratives that people have about the military?
I think, yes, perhaps it was a missed opportunity, especially given the harsh penalty that followed that public display of affection by the suitor of the military. And for Christ's sake, these are young people. You expect that. Even in developed democracies, developed armies like the United States, you see that often public display of affection. You see people, proposing to their loved ones in public, in uniform. You see that all the time. And to me, really, the military should be seen, that, like you said, was a missed opportunity. But then I think also the Nigerian military statute there is so strict on what they think could be public embarrassment for that. You understand? But to me, clearly that was a missed opportunity, and the military should have handled it better, much more better, and then cash in on that. Let them know, after all, we're people. They are people, they are part and parcel of the society.
But the argument is that they actually have extant laws that
exactly. That's what I mentioned.
Yeah, and those laws were twisted, or should I say? Yeah, exactly. You understand? And they believe that if they are, without those laws, they are not who they are.
Exactly.
So that's why maybe they came down so hard on the military.
You see, any piece of law that you cannot enforce in totality is anachronistic. If you can't enforce any piece of law. And I think there are extant laws that I mentioned earlier in the military statute, you can't, there are certain things, they're a complete no-no. But you see, that's why laws are not cast in iron. They're not cast in stone. From time to time, you look at existing reality. For example, in the past, it's virtually impossible to go live. For example, have a program here, you have it on your own social media platform. So, but the time you say we're in digital age, you can't say you want to stick to the old ways of doing things. The reality is that times have changed. We are living in digital age. The military should review its extant laws and let them fit contemporary times.
Look at the public attention that video got. You know, for a long time, people have not spoken about the military that much.
Exactly.
So, you know, maybe that could have been an opportunity. But yes, we understand that there are codes, you know, by the military that needs to be respected. But like you said, they are not cast on stones.
They are not cast
on stones. Well, let's talk about the loyalty of the military to democracy. It's something that we saw here. One of the stories on the This Day newspaper, General Lucky Rabo, the Chief of Defense Staff, says the military remains loyal to democratic rules. And he says that he declares that Army now well focused on performing its constitutional roles. Can we really say that the military is committed, from all that we've seen, to democratic principles and rules?
Well, in Nigeria, I would say yes. Elsewhere, perhaps, especially in Francophone countries, no. And this has to do with the historical evolution of these different armies. Francophone countries, and you've seen a lot of democratic reversals in some of these African Francophone countries, Guinea, for example, Mali, and even Chad, if you like. What happened in Chad, no matter how we want to sugarcoat it, was actually a hostile military takeover. So yes, the Nigerian military has, yes, mounted repeatedly that it's loyal to constitutional authorities, yes. And you can see that in the last couple of years, the idea of having even, unless there are conditions that will make the military violate this constitutional provision, constitutional authority, I don't see that. I mean, they've walked their talk over the years. You can see that there have been several instances where we thought there would have been military takeover, especially in the days of Umari Musa Yar'Adua. A lot of people thought that was the time for the military to make another foray into an incursion into our political leadership. But the military resisted. Notwithstanding, there were even entreaties. So a lot of people subtly made the appeal for the military to take over during those dark days, in the days of Yar'Adua, and then the rise of what they now call the cabal at the time, until the legislative arm of government now came up with the idea of the doctrine of necessity, if you recall, because Nigeria's constitution does not recognize an acting president. But the doctrine of necessity, midwife by, I think, the 7th Assembly, made Jonathan an acting president. So yes, the Nigerian military, in any case, is no longer fashionable to have military, especially in in Anglophone countries. If you look at Ghana, Ghana has long perished the idea of military takeover. Nigeria, for 22 years now, or 23 years, we have uninterrupted, But then, like, I often want to quote Ali Musri here in Africa, the Triple Heritage, when he said, under military rule, Nigeria inches toward dictatorship, and under democracy, Nigeria inches towards anarchy. And we've seen that in the last 22 years, instances where we're almost in a state of anarchy. You see, even what we have, this nationwide insecurity, northeast insurgency, northwest banditry, southeast separatist element, southwest continuous farmers, headers, clashes, and tribal irredentist, all of them. These are all symptoms of a looming anarchy. But we've survived. And some people will even argue that Nigeria has always danced on the brink, especially when we approach election. And Nigeria's, we're still trying to evolve into a nation where we're a nation of different countries. But with time, perhaps we forge a national identity. To this moment, people often don't know what is even national interest.
All right. Well, thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
We'll have to end the discussion here. We appreciate your coming to
Thank
the program.
you very much for having me. And happy Armed Forces Remembrance Day.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right. We've been speaking with Ali M. Ali. He's the Deputy President, Nigerian Guild of Editors, here in the studio, giving us perspectives on the stories that made the headlines. We'll take a quick break now, and then when we come back, we'll take a look at other discussions on the program. Please stay with us.
End of your address. May I have your correct and your combatant permission to carry with the troops.
Welcome back to this very special edition of Daybreak on Trust TV. Well, we're right here in the studio talking about the Armed Forces Remembrance Day, the significance of this day, and how we need to remember and, of course, honor our veterans who have paid the ultimate sacrifice to actually keep Nigeria together. And we're trying to, as much as possible, promote Nigerian unity as we go along as well. And I think it's something that everybody needs to do. There's a role for everybody to play for us to be able to do that.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So right now in the studios, we have two veterans that we are going to actually have a discussion with right here. One is Abiodun Herbert Duruwaye, and he's the National Coordinator, REMENAF. And REMENAF is the Retired Members of Nigeria Armed Forces. And of course, he's the National Spokesperson, Coalition of Concerned Veterans. And he's right here in the studio with us to discuss this very important day. And also, we have Dr. Awal Abdullahi Aliu, and he's our Secretary General, Veteran Federation of Nigeria, and of course the General Secretary North, Coalition of Concerned Veterans. Gentlemen, you're welcome.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having us here.
All right. So I think I'll start from my immediate right, Dr. Awal Abdullahi. January 15th, how significant is this day?
Well, thank you very much, and then thank you once again for having us here, and good morning, Nigerians. January 15th is the day Nigeria set aside to remember the fallen heroes. Those fallen heroes are those that fought for Nigeria and for the protection of lives and property, for the continuity, for peaceful coexistence of Nigeria, and they paid the supreme sacrifice. These heroes died at various engagements, some during the Nigerian Civil War, which is the most significant as far as Nigeria is concerned. Others die in collaboration with other countries where Nigeria has contributed within Africa and even, if you like, the world. Even during the First World War, Nigeria was part of it. The Second World War, Nigeria was part of it. All other international engagements that the United Nations were involved, and Nigeria was also part of it. Not just part of it, but prominently part of it. And then coming back home, apart from the Civil War, you are also aware that we had so many issues, from the Bakassi Peninsula issue to the Boko Haram insurgency to the banditry, which are most recently declared as a terrorist, as well as the other challenges of successionist challenges presently going on, from the Odua Republic, so to say, to the IPOB, Eastern Security Network, which killings are continually, and the same members of the Nigerian Armed Forces are the ones engaged in trying to make sure that Nigeria continue to remain as one country with one destiny under God. So it is the responsibility of the armed forces to do that, protection of territorial integrity of Nigeria against external aggression. So this day is so significant because we are remembering, or the nation is remembering, those heroes that fought and fought gallantly in the national interest, for the unity, like I said, for togetherness, for love, for peace, and then for continuity of Nigeria as one nation. You cannot have it better than you are doing it. Though it could be better, but you cannot just forget these fallen heroes for their contribution to the nation, and also the significance also of what they did. It's what is making us sit here today and we are discussing it. Otherwise, without the performance and the contribution of those heroes whom have fought and then paid their supreme sacrifice, we wouldn't have been here. But that is not to say that we, the living ones, are also supposed to be celebrated. We are as well being celebrated. If you go, the President and Commander-in-Chief would personally lay the wreath of honor and respect to the fallen heroes, and also goes to all the other senior government officials, as well as the head of the security agencies, that is the the service chief. So it is an issue more like trying to say thank you for what you have done, thank you for being part of Nigeria's peace, unity and development, and thank you for keeping the country together. Not only also that we celebrate the dead ones among us, like I said, the living ones also needed to be celebrated and also needed to be recognized. Today is supposed to be a day of pronouncement for the welfare and the well-being of those of us that are still surviving. If you go out there, you find a lot of us that have fought and then or served and left this job or have fought in various engagements. Most of us are bedridden. Some of us are, cannot are on wheelchairs. Some have various kind of sicknesses, and then so the welfare and well-being of the living ones also is very paramount and very important for the government to look into.
Okay, all right. Now, on that same note, while we talk about honoring those who have fallen, we are also remembering those who are with us, and are still serving. And on that, I will throw the question to Abiodun. How well are we doing in honoring those who are still with us? If you take a look at, yes, we have the Armed Forces Remembrance Day, which is more like a tradition now. It's more like a ritual. The president comes, lay the wreath, and then at the end of the day, everyone disappears and all of that. But the widows are still there, and all of that. How well are we doing in making sure that the welfare of those that have fallen is being, taken seriously?
Thank you. Thank you once again for having us here. Let me quickly say here that if you've been following events, you would have seen us last week protesting, both at the Ministry of Finance as well as the Ministry of Defense. And of course, there was a reason why we had to come out. It has to do with our welfare and general well-being. Like my colleague had already spoken, a lot needs to be done for those of us that are very lucky to have survived all the challenges. And well, there's room for improvement, like you would observe. We have quite a number of our members who are, like you said, bedridden, in various state of health challenges. And we did all we could to seek the audience with those in authority. But then we didn't get audience, and we had to come out, on protest last week. And part of the issues that are on the front burner, of course, we had the issue of, or rather, we have the issue of 24 months of arrears that has not been paid to us. These are people who had staked their lives, to ensure that this country is what it is today. And like we keep saying, if there's any segment of the society that must not be taken for granted, it is those of us who are still surviving today, because we've been able to surmount all the challenges and ensure that even those that are serving now, are encouraged to put in their best. But of course, with the way we're being treated, it is very obvious that those that are still serving will not be encouraged to put in their best. Looking back at those of us who had served and then at the end of the day were being abandoned, it will dampen their enthusiasm to put in the best. There are, as we speak, some of them are in the front line in the Northeast. You just talked about the insurgency and whatever you have it in the Southeast, all over the country. These people are engaged in ensuring that there is peace in this nation. And of course, if there's no peace, we won't be here discussing this issue. No business will function under, when a nation is in a very terrible security, has a very terrible security challenges. No nation will survive. And so we are saying that our welfare should be topmost. With all due respect to members of the parliament, they make the law, but you can imagine how much they take home. But look at the retirees, those of us that have retired. We are the ones that have made this country what it is, right? and including those that are serving. So if there is, any, like I said earlier, if there are people in the society that needs to be taken good care of, it is those of us. That's how this country.
Okay, now, do you think that probably government is overwhelmed with the current security situation that we have, in the country that they are dealing with, and which is why maybe they are not paying enough attention to, people like you who have served? We've also, if I may marry this question with the initial one, we've also heard about, engaging members of the reserve, just like you, maybe recalling them back to the service, looking at the, nature of security situation that we are dealing with at the moment. Is that even an option to consider, looking at the way the welfare thing and everything is going on?
Yeah, well, this nation is ours. We got, enlisted because we love this nation. And we are ready and willing at any time to ensure that this nation survives. I mean, just look at it this way. Nigeria is the biggest or the largest concentration of black people in the whole world. Now, if there's a war, if war breaks out in Nigeria, where do we go to? Where do we go to? So we are willing, but what we are saying is, before we are re-engaged, give us what is due to us. We don't need to start protesting. It is a shame that we had to go on the street to protest when we have the president as one of us. We have the Minister of Defense as one of us. We have the National Security Advisor as one of us. Some members of the Nigerian Parliament, they are our comrades in arms. So I think something is missing somewhere. And I think those in authority must begin to take full responsibility. We don't have to beg for what is legitimately ours. It is constitutional that these things be given to us. We do not need to ask for them. So, I mean, it's so unfortunate, and government must look at this issue. When we had a meeting with the Minister of Defense on Friday, he gave us assurances. The same with the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Finance. They have given us assurances. But we are waiting to see, see it fulfilled, because we do not want to go back on the street.
No. Okay. So, Dr. Awal, he made mention of the motivating factor that brought most of you to service. The love of the country, the patriotism, the need to serve your country. And I remember when we were younger, I mean, if you could take a poll of like 10 kids when we were growing up and you ask them what they wanted to be, like 8 or 9 will say they wanted to be soldiers.
Absolutely.
You understand, because of the prestige that came with being a military person. So with the current state of things now, as we're complaining that most of the veterans are not being taken care of, and even the ones in service could be demotivated, what about those that are actually aspiring to become military people? In the long run, what kind of effect do you think the treatment being meted to veterans now will have on those aspiring to become military men?
Thank you very much. That is a wonderful question, I would say. And then I think it really touches on where it's really itchy. Right now, all those that want to become members of the Nigerian Armed Forces are doing that not because of the interest of the nation or patriotism, but they are doing that because there's just no work to do. So it's just like the only option that we're having, and that is the only sector that is employing open employment, and then people are going in. Otherwise, I will tell you that whoever comes into the armed forces as at today in Nigeria is not doing that because he's really patriotic to the Nigerian nation or because he wants to keep the Nigerian nation together, but because there's no job, and that's why they are doing that. And why is this like that? Because they are also seeing what is going on. They also saw as we are complaining and then agitating, like he rightly put. This agitation started with a protest in Lagos, and then after Lagos, we decentralized the zone. We zoned the protest just to call the attention of government to tell them that our plight is at stake and our welfare is not properly looked into. Now, we had a protest in Lagos. From Lagos, we had another one in Port Harcourt. We had a protest in Kano. Oyo. Then we had a protest in Oyo. Another one in Benue, then in Kaduna. Then the last one that culminated all was the one in FCT here. Now, what, like you asked, the present situation, there's what the Veterans Federation, for example, is an initiative of the Defense Headquarters. And then it was to bring all together all veteran associations. We have about 16 veterans associations recognized by the Ministry of Defense and then the Defense Headquarters. Out of this Veterans Association, bringing them together to speak with a voice under what is called the Veterans Federation of Nigeria. The world over, it is only in Nigeria you have what is called the Nigerian Legion. It is obsolete and outdated if you compare it to what is happening across the world. But then veterans across the world, in the US, in the UK, in France, and even common African country here, if you come to countries like Egypt, you find out that veterans are recognized as first citizens of the nation. But in Nigeria, we are the last to be recognized as citizens in the nation. But if you go to other countries, veterans are first. Now, under the Veterans Federation arrangement, you are supposed to be first when you talk of welfare that will motivate and encourage those that are in service now and those that are willing to be part of the service, the armed forces. First, you needed to provide proper welfare and for the well-being of the veterans. You needed, like I said, proper medical care, 1. 2, you needed a transportation system. 3, you needed a proper educational system for the family of the veterans. 3rd, you needed housing, proper housing for these members. And also coming to the widows, those that have lost their husbands or their breadwinners. Both the widows and the children of the fallen heroes are not properly taken care of. You needed to provide them, the widows, with skills acquisitions that they would use in taking care of their souls. But in the Nigerian situation, that is not the case. Like I said, instead of being first-class citizen, like in other countries across the globe, as a retired military personnel, the retired military personnel in Nigeria is seen as the last citizen. When you move, there is an adage in the Hausa, they will say, Allura Soja Tamuza. That is, you are being seen as a madman because of the treatment. The way you behave, you are not happy with the system, you are not happy after serving, you've lost some part of your body, or you lost people who lost their breadwinners, like I said, are not properly taken care of. So you behave as if you don't know what you are doing, or behave like a madman, and that is what is being, the Nigerian retired military personnel is being recognized or addressed as today. So that is one aspect of it. The other aspect of it, like you asked, if there's a motivation for those that want to be members of the Nigerian Armed Forces, tell me where the motivation is. We are seated here. We are complaining. Ours is even possibly even better, because possibly the way we are seated, you might be looking at us, but why are they complaining? Look at the way they are sitting. Go outside there and see those that are not looking the way we are looking right now. When you see, you shed tears. You feel sorry for them. You feel sorry for a country like my colleague rightly said, the President and Commander-in-Chief is a retired military personnel. The Minister of Defense is a retired military personnel. The National Security Advisor is a retired military personnel. And these people knows the plight of the retirees, because before becoming what they are today, they were part of the system. After leaving office, they are still coming back to be part of the same system of the force of retirees. And then they are privileged to be where they are today. Possibly why they are occupying the office they are occupying is because they have had the privilege of serving this nation in that capacity as members of the Nigerian Armed Forces. And that was what gave them one step ahead of others, that they are being recognized to say, okay, if you give certain responsibility of leadership to these people, they will take care of the nation, and most especially in terms of security, and also knowing that the Armed Forces is a disciplined organization. They are also seeing that they will also put the country together, and also the welfare and the well-being of the nation will be properly taken care of by them. But today, we are the same colleagues of theirs, and we are complaining. Though with due respect and recognition and appreciation to the President and Commander-in-Chief Muhammadu Buhari, why I said so is we were made to understand there's nothing that had to do with the armed forces that is taken before him that he has not approved. But along the line is where we are asking questions, and that is where the challenges are coming in from.
All right. Well, earlier on, you talked about, how the kind of recruitments that we have now, how that most of the people joining the service now are not doing so in patriotism, yes, in the with the interest of the nation at heart. Do you think that this has an implication in the way we deal with issues of insecurity in the country at the moment?
Certainly, yes. I will tell you, I will cite so many examples. If you look at the boys out there in the field, you realize that the commitment, the enthusiasm, the patriotism, the nationalism that is supposed to be embedded in them in fighting the insurgency is not there. It is only after during our time that you hear that soldiers are protesting at the field, and then which is by military standard is mutiny. But soldiers protested because the welfare and well-being were not being taken care of, though not recently, but in the recent past that has happened. So tell me how someone who is serving and is seeing what is done to his colleague that have served and left, tell me how he will put in his best in ensuring that what is needed is what is given by him in terms of service, in terms of patriotism, in terms of nationalism, in terms of contributing to fatherland, in terms of protection the territorial integrity of Nigeria. That cannot be said to be 100%. Of course, there is a shortfall in it because nobody wants to go and give his life and die, and then his families are not properly taken care of. Because the families of the fallen heroes, as I speak to you, there's a challenges. This is a national television. There are things that you cannot even mention here because, like I said, the president is one of us and he's doing his best. We recognize his best. So we will not want to say things that will even look too bad. Otherwise, we had a lot of complaints. We have a lot of cries. We try to put it forward before the authorities, and then we are looking at up to them to do the needful. Like he said, we do not want to go back to the street again. We were on the street in the last 1 month. I have mentioned the various, the way we decentralized the various states that we asked to go on protest, and they all went before that of Abuja. And then the gunpowder is still there. It is not yet Uhuru, because our people, as I speak to you, even as yesterday night, we held meeting with 4 different groups up till 2 a.m. This morning, those that are still insisting, even after the meeting with the minister, they are still insisting that they are still going on the street. Today, as I speak to you, we were having meetings throughout last night till 2 a.m. this morning, trying to calm them down. Said, okay, since there was a meeting with the minister and other senior officials of government that had authority over our issue. Also, since there's a pronouncement from the Minister of Finance through the Permanent Secretary, Minister of Finance. In fact, there's a written commitment from the Ministry of Finance to us. We were saying, please, calm down. Let us allow this period that there's a promise between now and the end of January, something is going to happen. Okay. If something does happen, fine. If it does not, then you can now come to the street. But for now, please, allow it. We had to take up till 2 a.m. this morning before we were able to convince and calm them down, and then before that is even the reason why we're here. Otherwise, we would still have been there trying to stop them from going to the street so that they won't, the government will be embarrassed.
All right, I would like for you to comment on this. I would also add that, if you look at, these treatments, do you think that this is part of the reasons why we're still dealing with the issue of corruption, even in the force? And how is corruption really a problem? Because he said that the president has given approvals for everything that has to do, with the military and all of that. So where is the problem really?
Thank you so very much for this question. You see, we talked about maltreatment of those of us that are already, in retirement. Now, this administration is known to be fighting corruption. But of course, how would you fight corruption when I find myself serving in a vantage position? Maybe have an appointment where, I can pilfer, I can, money passes through my hands. And looking at those that are already, are retired, and then having the feeling that if I retire, the same treatment will be meted out on me. What do? I start stealing. I will steal in order to survive after retirement. So where is the anti-corruption crusade? So we are telling those in authority that treat those of us that are, that are already retired, treat us well. Because in a way, what you're trying to do is to discourage people from stealing when they find themselves in position of power and authority. Okay, so it goes a long way in checkmating this issue of corruption. Treat us well, and those who will join us will feel comfortable to do this job without stealing. So you see, like, let me just cite an example. Part of the issues that brought us out. I mentioned the issue of the minimum wage, which was approved since 2019 by the President and Commander-in-Chief. For God's sake, 24 months of arrears, not paid. And then the sad aspect of it is that our civilian counterparts were paid the same money that was approved by the same government, the same president. And we kept asking, where did you get the money to pay these people? And then you keep telling us there's no money. That's one. Number two, there's this issue of disparity in the pension and and salaries of both serving and retired. I give you an example. Between Brigadier General and Major General is just one rank in between. And you would discover that the salary or pension, the pension of a retired Major General is 3 times higher than a Brigadier General. And it cuts across from the non-commissioned to the commission. This disparity cuts across. And we are saying that gap needs to be closed. Because we go to the same market. And you can see the rate of inflation today. And this is one of the reasons why I think somebody who is responsible enough, sorry to use that word, should realize that we go to the same market, we shouldn't be holding on to what these people are entitled to.
Is that an act of parliament that will bring that change, or what will change that?
Well, the parliament, they've done their job, but those in authority have refused to comply, like my colleague said. The president may have done what he ought to have done, but most time you find that his directives have not been, carried out.
But they answer to the president. So if the president gives a directive or gives an approval and someone goes against it, head's supposed to roll, isn't it?
Absolutely. In fact, I was expecting that with this protest, head should have enrolled. Head should roll. Because coming out on a protest by veterans, head should roll, as far as some of us are concerned.
Exactly.
Okay? But then, of course, the system we're running here is unfortunate. Maybe the president may be so busy, and maybe, he's not been told the truth about some of these issues. So we have the issue of the Civil War veterans who fought on the part of, on the side of Nigeria, who are yet to be, placed on pension payroll.
But,
of course, those on the Biafra side have been given approval, and as we speak, they are receiving their pension. So what happened to those of us, those of them that fought on the side of Nigeria? These people were captured in 2015. There was a verification exercise for this set of people, and they were cleared. But as we speak today, they are yet to be paid, to be put on pension payroll. We have the issue of, maybe you take that medically boarded aspect.
Now, there's this issue of medically boarded soldiers. Those that are, like I said, during the Civil War. Let me put it this way. During Obasanjo, after Obasanjo as head of state, he retired a lot of military personnel. That is in 1979, 79, 19... till when he gets to hand over to civilian administration, when he was just about to hand over to Shagari, he retired soldiers that he addressed as medically unfit soldiers. Those medically boarded that they addressed as medically unfit, most of them, first, they were not taken into pension until during Umar Musa Yar'Adua's administration, that he was passing and he saw them and he said, what is happening here? That was before the pension board moved to where it is today. And then he instructed that they should be taken into consideration. And they were taken into consideration. They started taking their pay. But most recently, their pay was being slashed. And the question is asked, if they have been taking this pay from that time till now, nobody did anything. Why are you slashing their pay? Somebody said it's a policy issue, it's a policy document. So has it been the policy? Are you saying that the policy has been ignored all this while? It is now that the policy is being recognized and it is now that it's been implemented? Or what? Does it mean those that have served as the leadership of those, that authority did not see that? It is now that it's being seen? Or what are we saying? It's part of the challenges that we are saying. Fine, it is a policy issue like you said, okay, but what is the compassionate ground? Those people served and left. Even what they are taking right now is not enough to take care of them, even individually, not to talk of other members of their family, and now their take-home pension is being slashed again, and these people were retired on medical ground. And going back to the medical issue that we talked about, the National Health Insurance Scheme, which the defense, under the National Health Insurance Scheme, you have Defense Health Insurance Scheme. If a retired soldier goes to hospital, the highest he gets is Panadol. And there's categorization of the kind of sickness that you will go with, that you will even be considered for treatment. Even after the treatment, there's no drugs to be dispensed. And yet, you are cutting off the money of medically boarded. From the initial stage, he was retired because he is medically unfit. And now, under Defense Health Insurance Scheme, the medical challenges he's having is not covered by the Defense Health Insurance Scheme. And again, you slash his take-home pay. For God's sake, how do you expect him to do? And he has served this nation.
All right. Let me throw this. Maybe we'll use
to
this.
What you just said now.
Okay, I'll give you 1 minute to do that.
Yes. You know, like you said, it's a policy actually. It's a written document. And when we met with the incumbent chairman of the pension board, he addressed us and in fact gave us the document, right? And I think there was a system glitch. That was the English that was used, you know, why they had to reverse their, monthly pension. There was a system glitch. And so when the IT consultant came back and then, they made him to rework, whatever it is that they should be taking, they now, sort of reverse to what the policy says. And then in the same vein, there were those that were being short paid. Those people were also upgraded. So you can see the two angles now. While some were, brought back to their normal distance, the others were, brought up to. So it's a policy issue. But then what we are saying is that there's nothing too much to give these people who in the course of their serving this country lost, everything, I can say everything, because they are practically, useless. Sorry to use that word again. They cannot work. They cannot survive. How will they survive? And we are saying, if such policy is there, it should be reviewed. Let these people be considered and let their pay be returned. In fact, pay them more higher than those of us that can still work.
All right. Now, are we giving a thought to some kind of trust fund where it would open up,
beautiful,
the opportunities for private, donors, private organizations, individuals who are willing to make contributions towards the welfare
and the well-being of the retirees.
Yes,
thank you very much for that question once again. That is where the Veterans Federation of Nigeria comes to play. Now, there's an act of National Assembly that is there's a bill that is sent to National Assembly for the approval of Veterans Federation. Right now, it is an approval by Defense Headquarters, but we needed either a presidential, executive order or the National Assembly's passage of that Veterans Federation Act. So, under the Veterans Federation Act, there is supposed to be a special fund, that is like you try to put it. All organizations that are working in Nigeria are supposed to have certain percentage of their annual income, certain percentage paid into the Veterans Federation Foundation now for the welfare and the well-being of the military retirees, for serving and protecting the nation, that is giving those businessmen and businesses the opportunity to flourish under the Nigerian system today. That is part of the Veterans Federation's, one out of so many things of Veterans Federation. You have the Veterans Federation's Microfinance Bank, you have the Veterans Federation Transportation, you have the Agri section of Veterans Federation, you have the Health section of the Veterans Federation, you have the Education section of the Veterans Federation. It is a comprehensive bill for an act that is being sent to the National Assembly for assent, and it gives room for democracy. For example, now the present Nigerian Legion, they have been appointed by the government, and we are saying no, this thing should be democratic because we're in a democratic dispensation. Whoever becomes the leader, let the veterans decide who becomes their leaders. Let also be a certain condition for that leadership. Also, let there be, once you fail, there is a way that you can be brought down because you did not fulfill the reason for which you are elected into the office as either the national chairman or if the national president of the Veterans Federation of Nigeria, other offices down to the state chairman or state coordinators of the Veterans Federation, to the local government and even to the ward level. That is on one side. Coming back to the issue of welfare, because that is what we are talking about, what I would have expected under a normal circumstances, today is Armed Forces Remembrance Day. What I would have expected will happen is not just coming to lay wreath on the unknown soldier and also release pigeons to fly, because that is just the ceremony, that's the ritual usually. What I am expecting should have been what is going to happen is, like today that is Armed Forces Veterans Day, you should have assembled all widows that have issues, those retirees who, most especially the bedridden ones, the children of the fallen heroes should have had something to take home today from Eagle Square as the Armed Forces Remembrance Day is taking place. First, there should even be a gift of maybe vehicles. Even if they are not going to be gift, there should be like what do you call it? A soft loan, so to say, to the retirees. There should be equipment that will be given to the widows for upkeep of their own self, and also there should be scholarship for the children of the fallen heroes, all to be done today at the Eagle Square in the presence of the world, with all the heroes, I mean the widows, the bedridden ones, the children there, being presented publicly and realistically to them. And that should be the practice every year, not just coming to lay wreath, release pigeons, and then till next year, and that is just the end of it.
Well, we hope that hopefully when we come here next year to celebrate the Armed Forces Remembrance Day, we will be singing a different tune. So we're talking about, we've been talking to Abiodun Herbert Duruai. He's the national coordinator, the retired members of Nigeria Armed Forces, and national spokesperson, Coalition of Concerned Veterans, and of course Dr. Awal Abdullahi Aliu, Secretary General Veteran Federation of Nigeria, and of course the Secretary North Coalition of Concerned Veterans. Gentlemen, thank you very much for coming on the show.
Thank you for having us.
And thank you for your service.
Thank you very much.
All right. Yeah. So this is still a daybreak on Trust TV. We'll take a short break and we will continue this special program on the Armed Forces Remembrance Day. Stay with us.
End of your address. May I have your correct and your combatant permission to carry with the troops. address? May I have your correct and your combatant permission to carry with the troops? Sir.
I'm not hearing the studio.
Stand by, they're coming to you.
Where in the studio?
Well, there you have it. These are live feeds reaching us right in the studio from Kano, northern Nigeria's commercial hub, where you have the Armed Forces Remembrance Day taking place. There we have correspondents joining us from there, Idris Jibreen, who will be giving us updates and generally giving us a sense of what the mood is like over there. Hello, Idris, are you there?
Yeah, hello, Ayuba. I can hear you.
Oh, great. So let's have a sense of what the mood is over there in Kano today.
Well, so far, so good. The mood is fine. Like you can see, these are members of the Nigerian Armed Forces all lined up, and they are waiting for the arrival of other dignitaries, particularly the state governor, who will perform the wreath laying and then releasing of pigeons. And it is expected that any moment from now, the governor and his entourage will arrive to this place. But as I'm talking to you, even the members of the Nigerian legions, they are all here lined up, and one after the other, the commanders of the Nigerian Army, Air Force, and even the police commissioner, they are all here. They have already arrived here. So at any moment from now, the parade will begin in order to commence the commemoration of the armed forces, in order to mark the Armed Forces Remembrance Day here in Kano. So as I'm talking to you, everything is going on smoothly from the commercial city of Kano this morning. Any moment from now, as soon as the governor arrives, the parade will start and the pigeons will be released and the wreath laying will also be carried out. And it is also expected that the governor will speak on various issues, especially bordering the welfare of the armed forces, particularly the retired soldiers that we have here in Kano State and of course in many other parts of the country. We are expecting the governor to say something. If you did not forget, a few weeks ago, some retired soldiers did a protest here in Kano over what they call the non-payment of their arrears and pensions and what have you, many other things like that. So I am thinking today the governor will be able to address those issues. So there are so many issues that will be addressed, and at any moment from now we will try to get some of the legionnaires to speak to them, to know their concern and the problems they are facing.
Okay, so during those protests, were you able to speak to them and hear, some of the concerns that they have raised? What exactly, is the issue? We just had some of the officials here in the studio, but let's have a sense of what, people in Kano, the legionnaires there in Kano, have on their table as well.
Well, particularly during the protest, they raise issues of the medically boarded veterans and also the issue of their pensions and then the welfare of many of them. And then they also raise concern of those that died. Up to now, they have not received their benefit. I had someone in the studio this morning talking about the issue of medically boarded veterans, and these are some of the concerns during the protest that they raised. So I am believing that this time around, this is an opportunity for them to also voice out those concerns, and then this is also an avenue for the government to raise concerns, to address their concerns, to tell them what they're actually going to do. So during that protest, generally these are the issues. The problem of the armed forces is not more than this: the issue of their pension arrears, the issue of medically boarded veterans. So during that protest, they raised these concerns actually, and those were their concerns at that time.
All right, so how about movement, around the location where this event is taking place? Is there some kind of restriction, or just everyone is going about their normal business?
Well, as usual, actually, this is an outskirt of Kano, is along Zaria Road. So there is not so much movement like you can see behind me. And actually, there is no any restriction. People are moving freely, although there are presence of security operatives everywhere. The police, the soldiers, they are all around this vicinity. But I didn't notice any restriction to say that people were restricted from moving around because Armed Forces Remembrance Day is taking place. People are moving for their normal day-to-day activities, but there is presence of security operatives around the area, the square where this Armed Forces Parade will take place this morning.
Right, well, we'll get back to you later to get more updates on the events, coming out from Kano. For now, we trust that you continue to feed us with live feeds coming out from there. Now back to the studio. We have in the studio Kach Ononuju and a lawyer, Mainasara Kogo Umar. Kach Ononuju is a public affairs analyst, and also Mainasara Kogo Umar, who will be talking to us about the significance of this day, really, and whether or not Nigeria has been able to heal, from this past. It's a history in our country that we cannot really forget about. So, but before we begin the discussion, let's take a breather, and then when we come back, we will be continuing with the discussions. Please stay with us.
Welcome back. You're still watching Daybreak on Trust TV, a special edition to commemorate the Armed Forces Remembrance Day. Well, just like we told you earlier, we will be going on various locations across the country to be able to bring you the feel of how this day is actually being commemorated. We just saw images from Kano there, and we spoke to our man on the ground, that is Idris Jibril, and he gave us an update there. So we also have Chijoke Okafo. He's right now live at the Eagle Square, and we'll be joining him so that he can actually give us an update from the activities going on there. Chijoke, are you there?
Yes, of course, Ibrahim, I'm here.
All right, so what is the mood like there at the Eagle Square, Chijoke?
Yeah, well, in the Eagle Square, I want to believe that the move is quite high. People, the Nigerian Legion, military men, and of course high stakeholders in the country have all gathered to celebrate the Armed Forces Remembrance Day. But we are currently not in the Eagle Square. We are in fact about 2 kilometers away from the Eagle Square due to the blockage of the roads by military and paramilitary services. But the mood around here is a bit empty. The streets are a bit empty, and people are slightly disgruntled about not having access to go about their normal businesses.
Well, it appears we have lots of audio. We're connecting back to Chijoke Okafo shortly. But before then, let's just get a feel of what our guests in the studio think about, the significance of this day. Let me begin with Kaj Ononoju. Welcome to Daybreak today.
Thank you for having me.
All right. So let's have a sense of, your thoughts about, today being Armed Forces Remembrance Day.
Well, it's a good day. It's a day for us to remember the armed forces and to also to see how they have impacted lives in Nigeria. So far, the armed forces have failed Nigerians. They are coming into politics, set the country aback. Even now, previously they were very well known to go to places like Sierra Leone to bring peace, Liberia to bring peace. Today in Nigeria, the Nigerian army has failed so much. We now have a crossover of the Malian bandits harassing, killing Nigerians everywhere, and the army, instead of acting as Nigerian army, no, the army is missing. All the lies from General Buratai and co. Where did he leave us today? The army is a mess, and they cannot defend Nigeria's integrity. You don't need to swear your oath to the president. You swear your oath to the Constitution.
But the president is the commander-in-chief,
No, the presidents come and go. You swear the oath to the Constitution, not to the president. And then if the president, like in this case, does not want you to attack and deal with terrorists who kill, kidnap soldiers, you stand there. And did you hear what happened yesterday? They shot into the Army University.
But the armed forces has to be loyal to the president.
No, the armed forces has to be loyal to the country, not to the president.
In doing that to the country, the president occupies an office.
Commander-in-chief. What he does is commands. The presidency in a democracy is a function of election. Every 4 years, a new man comes there. The presidency, listen, take it back to America, when the Joint Chief Chairman was saying that they are loyal to the Constitution, not to President Trump. That's what should have happened here.
How does the military become loyal to the Constitution without being loyal to the office of the president?
No. You're loyal to the Constitution when you're loyal to the country. The president is the politician, and like we've seen in this case, he's allowed his
office is a constitutional office. It's
what I'm telling you, in the army,
Constitution.
I am a product of the army. Okay? I grew as a child in the barracks, and I know what that says. No matter who comes, that's why he said, soldiers come, soldiers go, the barrack remains. Politicians come and go, the army remains. The army should swear their allegiance to the Constitution, not to a president, not to a politician.
So the thing is, what we're talking about is we're not talking about the particular individual occupying the seat. We're talking about the seat itself.
Exactly, it is a seat, and when that seat makes mistake, that you see politicians misadvising the seat, you don't listen to the politicians. You stay fixated on the Constitution.
Isn't this what brought us to where we found ourselves many decades ago?
Today,
talking about the military junta in 1966.
It's wrong. President Buhari is not patriotically available to embrace Nigeria. The army should have left him and the politicians and protected the army. Never allow soldiers to be killed, and who kills them go away free. Today we hear the military aircrafts are shut down in Zamfara. The army does nothing. We hear soldiers are killed in Jaji, abducted. The military does nothing. Why? You allow politicians to deceive you. You should swear your oath to the Constitution. I hope the army listens to this and understand.
Okay,
the oath should be to the Constitution, not to the politician.
Okay, let's get perspectives from Inasara. Kogo Umar, who being a senior lawyer, you're here in the studio. The role of the military in a democratic setting. Isn't it this conversation that we've been having for decades? Where does the military stay, or what is the role really in a democratic setting like this one?
Well, constitutionally speaking, sections 217 to 219 establishes the armed forces for the Federation of Nigeria. Section 212 to 214 up to 216 clearly says that the responsibility for maintenance of territorial integrity of Nigeria lies with the Nigerian police, in tandem with section 153, subsection K, L, and M. Now, under this, sections 217 and 218 down to 219 says, where the police is overstretched and is unable to discharge the responsibility of securing the national internal security, the military or the armed forces who are having the responsibility of securing the territorial borders and where there is war in the country. This is in tandem with Cap 20, the Armed Forces Act, Law of the Federation of Nigeria, 2001. Now, where you have this, it is then they are coming to complement the police in order to save the nation. Talking about the Armed Forces Day, I think it is important we straighten the records. Armed Forces Day is a day of, like kola nut in 3 parts. The first one is that today we are celebrating those Africans, those people that were repatriated from their countries to the war field during the First World War. During the First World War, 1914, it ended 1919. Those people from these different parts, especially the black countries, constituted greater number of the First World War. Now, on the 11th of November, 1919, a meeting was convened by the Allied forces, together with Germany then, in Berlin, and not Berlin, in France. The name of the town is Versailles in France, during which an armistice treaty was signed to end the First World War. To end the First World War, and then Germany too signed and agreed. Now thereafter, there happened to be breach of that agreement, in the sense that German soldiers were dismantled, German currency was devalued, all the territories occupied by Germany were taken away, all the sea waters of Germany were taken away, and then the Nazi forces under Adolf Hitler protested and said we cannot take it. So as a result of which we now saw ourselves in the Second World War, which ended in 1945. Now that particular day, 11th of November, that the Armistice Treaty was signed in Versailles in France, is the day that was agreed all over the world to be commemorated as Armistice Day. In other words, as a day to celebrate those soldiers from different parts of the world that fought for world peace. And after 1945, we now saw the emergence of the United Nations Organization. Now, when we gained independence, we were still celebrating that particular date. Until on January 15th, 1966, when the 5 majors struck, in a very bloody, the first time when guns were used in replacement of ballots to produce leaders. The first coup experience that assassinated 23 foremost top-level politicians in the country, that galvanized the country into serious confusion. Now, from that 15th of January 1966 up to 29th of July 1966, this was a period of commotion, confusion, period of hatred, period of brothers fighting themselves from within. Now, after 29th of May, we experienced another counter coup. After some period of about a week or two, we now saw the emergence of a new government headed by General Gawan. Now then Lieutenant Colonel Gawan, when he now came on board, some of the armed forces then said, no, we will not be loyal to this one, is our junior. And then the acrimony started, confusion. Some people said they would not do their leader. At the end of it, there was an attempt to have peace in Ghana by the town called Aburi, which the failure of which culminated us into Civil War that lasted for 30 months. and that culminated in killing 3.4 million Nigerians uselessly. I call it uselessly because at the end of it, it was declared that there was no winner, no vanquished. So at the end of it, on the 15th day of January 1970, it formally was declared at the end of the Civil War. So when you are talking of 15th January, there are three parts of it. Number one, those people before even the independence of Nigeria that got to be taken as soldiers, colonial soldiers, to fight for world peace. We need to celebrate those people. A greater number of them are in different parts of the world that they went for the service. And the second one was January 15, 1966 coup. Those people that participated there, what happened, we reflect on it, is the second January 15th. And the third January 15th is January 15th, 1970, when we formally ended the Civil War with a victory for national unity, with a victory for Nigeria as no winner, no vanquished. Now thereafter, military enveloped the 7-point agenda of the Gowon regime of trying to reconstruct Nigeria, trying to rehabilitate those diseases. But at the end of it, that was the genesis of all the social, political, economic, security, and all the problems we are facing today. The genesis of it was January 15th, 1966, because it was January 15, 1966 that culminated into the Civil War, and it was ended in the same January 15th, 1970, and then we continued seeing a lot of progress. Even though there, when you talk about the armed forces generally, you must appreciate the fact that, number one, they contributed in the maintenance of world peace. Number two, they assisted in various places of war within the continent and outside the continent, talking about Congo, talking about Sierra Leone, talking about Liberia, talking about Guinea, talking about Gambia, talking about all these areas, and then they ended up with medals.
Let me just pause you there for a minute. Yes, we are going to go to our man, Chijoke Okafor, who is actually outside Eagle Square, and we're going to try and get an update from him on the happenings surrounding the Armed Forces Remembrance Day right here in Abuja. Chijoke, so what's the update there from the Eagle Square?
Yes, Ibrahim, I am still here. Yeah, well, like I said earlier on, the activities of the Armed Forces Remembrance Day are still going on in the Eagle Square, but we are currently in front of the Federal Ministry of Finance, just about a kilometer plus away from the Eagle Square. But one surprising thing is the fact that apart from the disgruntled feeling that most people have about these access roads being blocked, some people do not even know what the day is about. Now, that raises a lot of questions about whether or not our fallen heroes are really being revered, whether or not our fallen heroes are really being honored by the country in general.
All right. So, well, it's quite unfortunate when you have some Nigerians passers-by who have no idea what this day is all about. Some may know, but may not have thought that today, 15 January, is the day that we honor these fallen heroes. But have you been able to speak to some of these people?
Well, the ones I've been able to speak to off camera, kept complaining about some certain irregularities, from the side of the government as to how veterans, Nigerian Army veterans or military personnel veterans are being treated by the country, in terms of quality healthcare, homes and the likes of them, even talking about pensions. So some of these issues were raised by passers-by who choose not to speak on camera, but were available to raise their concerns about how veterans are being treated in the country.
Pockets of protests in different parts of the country by these veterans to protest some of the things they felt that the welfare is actually not up to scratch. Is there any organized demonstration or organized movement in and around the Eagle Square now concerning that by the veterans?
Well, as far as we know, there has not been any organized protest yet. We haven't seen any. As a matter of fact, the heavy security presence here would likely make that very impossible, as almost all the paramilitary and military outfits are stationed about 2 kilometers away from the Eagle Square. And, you know, even if any protest of such would take place, it will certainly be dismantled by security forces.
All right, so thank you very much there for that update, Chijoke. We will be coming back to get periodic updates from you out there in the field concerning the Armed Forces Remembrance Day celebration. Chijoke Okafor there from the Eagle Square. All right, so it is quite sometimes disheartening when you look at it, that as Nigerians we're actually supposed to remember these people.
I mean, recall that earlier on we spoke and we saw how that, you know, just a few newspapers today
carry the story, exactly.
You know, something about Armed Forces Remembrance Day. Exactly. So totally you could see that it doesn't reflect the day, you know. Exactly. Our social life doesn't really reflect the day and all of that.
We have moved on as a society.
What do you mean when you say we have moved on? I mean, are you saying that the armed forces do not deserve to be celebrated?
Nigeria has moved on. We've had coups. January 15th is also remembered by a lot of us as the day the Civil War ended. But we have moved on.
Yes, but the day is there to honor those who have served and who are still serving.
The army itself does not honor that day by the way they have become. We needed the Nigerian army. Do you have that now? An army that doesn't defend Nigerians when they need it, and people get killed like rats. We have moved on. We've seen a lot. That's why we've moved on.
Have we really moved on? Because if let's talk about the today democratic space in Nigeria.
As a democracy, we are looking for a way to coexist. That is actually where we are right now. And if we don't find a way to coexist, me and you know, we don't have the strength to hold the young. You can see the young in several parts of the country, all of them in turmoil. Right? Trouble in the north with the young. There are trouble among the Canaries with the north. There is trouble in Yoruba land amongst the north. There is trouble in Igbo land amongst the young. We have moved on.
Okay, if you say we've moved on, Mr. Kaj or Nonoju, it gives an impression as though we're being held down. You know, these are
we have been held down
there are military officers that have fought with their lives to ensure that the territorial integrity of the country is protected and the sovereignty of the country is protected. You know,
they are not cared for by the government. You had that report right now. They complain that the government don't look after them. No pensions paid to them. And look at the military pension people. That's exactly why I tell you it's not the very best. So how come we've not looked after these people?
So isn't a day like this an opportunity to remind those in power or those that can do something about the plight of these people?
If we were a nation, that is right. If we were a nation.
What are we then if we are not a nation?
We're a country. As Awolowo said, a geographical expression. To be nation, we need to all of us togetherly agree on a directional principle in regards to the formation of a state. We are not one today. A lot of people want Nigeria on their own terms.
Minister, maybe we should get your own perspectives. Has Nigeria moved on from the events of 15 January 1966?
You know, what brought about the 15th January 1966 too? I would like to lead you into history again. In 1957, there was House of Representatives election. The North got landslide seats. And that brought about a very serious fundamental problem. Because when independence was to be given to the Nigeria in 1957, the northern group said we were not ready, predicating it on inadequacy of literacy people that will shoulder the responsibility. We said we were not ready, and based on which we now got imported people that will come and run our schools, basically teaching 3 things.
All right. Just a minute before you continue. We'll take a short break, and then when we come back, you take up from where you stopped there. Please stay with us.
The Rice Farmers Association of Nigeria, RIFAN, in collaboration with the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, will unveil world's largest rice pyramid in Abuja, Nigeria's capital. The event is scheduled to take place on the 18th of January 2022. Venue, Abuja Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Trade Fair Complex, Airport Road, Abuja. The pyramids will be unveiled by the special guest of honor and President, Federal Republic of Nigeria, Muhammadu Buhari. Other special guests that will support are the presidents of Benin Republic, Niger, Chad, and Cameroon, as well as the governors of Cross River, Ebonyi, Kebbi, Jigawa, Ekiti, and Sokoto states. Chairman of the occasion, CBN Governor Dr. Godwin Emefiele, Chief Host, FCT Minister. RIFAN will also use the occasion to flag off its 2021-2022 dry season farming activities and celebrate the annual National Rice Festival. RIFAN has been the major driver of rice value chain under the Anchor Borrowers program for the past 6 years. Come and join us in celebrating rice revolution in Nigeria. Let's celebrate our President Muhammadu Buhari's initiative on food security and self-sufficiency in rice. Let's celebrate the Central Bank Governor, Dr. Godwin Emefiele, RIFAN, the driver of rice revolution in Nigeria, Announcer, Publicity Committee.
As the colors march on parade, may I please request senior officers, distinguished invited guests, to rise from their seats as a mark of honor to the colors while commissioned officers and branch officers in uniform are requested to salute. Rise while the color march on parade, while warrant officers and officers in uniform are to salute. Muna masu farin cikin sanar da jama'a isowar mai martaba sarkin Kano Alhaji Aminu Ado Bayero zuwa wannan muhimmin taro. Allah ya taimaki sarki. Muna barka da isowa a madadin 'yan kwamitin shirya wannan biki na tunawa da 'yan matanjiya. Allah increase. We announce the arrival of His Royal Highness, the Emir of Kano, Alajamina Adobayro, to this very important event. Your Highness, you are welcome. Very senior officers, distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, any moment from now, our dignitaries will start arriving in this venue. Permit me at this point to most respectfully announce the arrival of the Commander, 3rd Brigade Nigerian Army, Brigadier General S. Nicodemus, the Commander, 455 17th Group, Nigerian Air Force, and Air Commando S.I. Kamal, the Commander, Nigerian Naval Base, Kanu, Navy Captain S.A. Alassad, and the Commissioner of
So those are live images coming in there from Kano. You can see the dignitaries there coming to the parade ground for the Armed Forces Remembrance Day. I think that's the Emir of Kano actually coming there as well. So it's in full swing, I think, in Kano as it is right now.
Mm-hmm. Well, while we continue to bring you updates from Kano, we'll continue our discussions here with our guest in the studio. We have public affairs analyst Kacho Nonoju and senior lawyer Mainasara Kogo Umar, and here talking to us about whether or not Nigeria has moved on from the events of 1966, 15 January to be specific. Now, let's well, we've heard from Mr. Kacho Nonoju. Mainasara, you were making a point, about whether or not we've been able to move on.
Yes, what I was trying to say is that from 1914 down to when we gained independence, the leaders of the various regions now established developmental blueprints for their regions and ultimately for the whole federation. These developmental blueprints were prepared based on the situation on ground now, the agrarian revolution, the activities of commerce, international trade, shipping, and other things. Something dramatically happened in 1959 when we discovered oil in commercial quantity. Now, we gained independence, and then immediately the whole vision and mission based on that blueprint got changed, because we got oil in commercial quantity, and to such an extent that we are one of the leading producers of oil in the world. And we were lucky immediately after independence, because of the Arab-Israeli crisis. The Arabians decided to boycott selling of their oil. So the attention turned to Nigeria's oil. We started getting money seriously.
Yeah, so
and apart from the money,
but let's talk about 1966.
I'm coming to
the
it.
coup
No,
of
I'm
that
coming
1966.
to it. I
want you to talk to us about the implication of military juntas, on our democracy.
I'm coming to it. Then again, we became Republic 1963. Now the Constitution says that all the resources under your region belongs to you. Then you give residue to maintain the federation. And that brought about regional rivalries. At the end of it, it culminated into this military overthrow. And then the military coup turned out to be one-sided. And apart from being one-sided, the person that was the caretaker of the country, Nwafo Orizo, an Igbo man, handed over to another Igbo man again, Thompson Agui Ironsi. And that turned things into different spheres of suspicions and the rest. So basically, they wanted to do it as a revolution. Based on the reasons from this thing, they wanted to eradicate the nation from corruption, from ineptitude, from this, from this, from this. But from that time, we now saw the nation going towards national cohesion. Talking about developmental programs the military regime came with, the NYSC, for example, the change of the currency to our national currency, the issue of new national anthem, the creation of more states, 12 states then, as against the regional distinct. So many other things General Gowon brought about. Unfortunately, the money aspect of it brought about corruption and then tend to now infiltrate into the military. To such an extent, the military wanted, everyone wants to go into getting the power, because Gowon made blunder of making statement that our problem was not money, but how to spend the money. Was not how to generate the money, but how to spend the money. So at the end of it, without the military got itself involved in politics. And then when they got themselves involved in politics, we now saw military coup, counter coup, and the rest, and the rest, and the rest. Instead of us to take a lesson from the Civil War, during the Civil War, when you go to, is it Umuahia or Abakaliki, the War Museum there, when you see the sophisticated kind of armory there that was used during the war, it is a signal for Nigeria to develop Nigerian army, Nigerian military, with the best of mechanic resources, with the best of technical equipment, so that they will be able to match any distance. Unfortunately, now the situation in the Nigerian army or the military generally is very sorry. The totality of the military is not up to 500,000 for a population of 210 million Nigerians. And they have inferior weaponry over and above those enemies of the states that are fighting various forms of insurgencies within the country. We have inferiority in terms of weaponry. We have a limited number of the distinct. Number three, the fundamental role of securing the territory is with the police. Even the police is only 480-something thousand policemen, which is too inadequate as well. So the military are now drafted. Those people that are normally brought about when the situation reaches its highest level, you now draft them with poor motivation, with lack of equipment, with lack of machineries, with improper welfare. So it now exposes them into corruptions. And you see a military man taking 50 naira, taking 100 naira, even descending so low to be taking 20 naira. They are losing the respect, they are losing the discipline. Coupled again with another very serious problem brought about from 1980. This idea of bringing about, getting career progression by short service operations. Now we started seeing people, the moment you graduate, you just go straight ahead and become an officer without going through the rudiments. And then from there, they introduce the system whereby you sit in cool air conditioned room. They will now play a war video for you, and on the basis of which they will prepare theoretical examinations. When you pass it, you get elevation out to the level. Then you now see graduation of people that have never gone to bush becoming generals in the Nigerian army. You will see them, they have never participated in any war. Somebody who has never been into the bush, he never knows what it is to participate in that. And that is the reason why you will see them when they are now drafted to go and fight insurgency. They stay in the metropolitan center where there are nice hotels, where there are other things that they will need, instead of them going to confront the problem in the bush. They said that we have not been given the command. And that is the area my brother now is talking about, instead of them to serve the nation. You understand? They will say we have not been given the command. And it is really very, very disheartening, the kind of armed forces that we are receiving the best medals in the world, and that we have been sending to go and protect territorial integrities of other countries, are now the ones that are now facing civil civil militia, that are facing civil militia, yet they are the ones that are unable to even protect even the institutions of the military, talking about the Nigerian Army University, talking about the problem with the Nigerian Defense Academy, talking about the Nigerian Army School of Infantry, talking about all these things. They cannot even protect their own, talk less of protecting the civil populace.
So let me bring in Mr. Catch.
Yes.
We've made mention of, we have actually alluded to the fact that the military we have now is not the one we used to have. right?
Yes.
What went wrong?
When a fish goes bad, the rot starts from the head. Buhari went wrong.
So are you saying that the problem with the military started with this regime?
The problem in today's Nigeria with the military is that of Buhari. As my brother rightly tried to tell me, shouldn't they look at the president's body language? No. As he rightly says, their loyalty should be to the country, not the body language of a politician.
Yeah, but it still brings me back to my earlier statement that I made. They are not actually loyal to the person. They're actually loyal to the seat of the presidency. That's the office of the president.
No. The office of the president is a command and control center, just as he said.
But the office of the president is the creation of the constitution, isn't it?
The office of the president is a creation, or is an additional creation. What the army follows is the military role. The military role swears its allegiance to the constitution, not the president. So whoever becomes president also plays a role of commander-in-chief. You are blind to the name of the president. What you are not blind to is the constitution.
So what is
expected? You don't need the president to tell you that a military aircraft has been shot down in Zamfara for you to react. You don't need the president to tell you that a soldier has been kidnapped in Jaji for you to react. You don't need the president to tell you that the military university has been attacked for you to react. You swear your oath to the constitution. It was when President Buhari brought his nepotism style of government and everything went wrong. I will still say it. Buhari destroyed his legacy.
But we are talking about, we are talking about Nigeria from decades back. We are talking, we are talking more than 6 decades. I mean, from the events of 1966, January 15, 1966.
You're talking about
that's why we're having Armed Forces Remembrance Day.
You just played to me a video in which somebody said that veterans are complaining of not being looked after. You talk about the living in relation to the history of the living to the dead. The decade back is the past. Buhari is actually a product of that same military. Now, what we are saying is, why is he not looking after the military? Why is it under him that the military has gone so bad?
I mean, there are a lot of
as my brother said, they'll get gold medals from services in Liberia, in Sierra Leone.
Mr. Katz,
suddenly, under a soldier.
Before President Buhari,
yes,
we've had a military.
Yes.
We have several administrations.
A military you couldn't mess with. Remember Obasanjo and Odi?
And
remember
even before the president,
Zakibia?
even before the current president, we've had conflict. The Boko Haram issue that we're dealing with at the moment started way back from somewhere around 2010,
and 2010.
And we had the military at the time.
And they were dealing with it very well.
The same issue festered until the current administration came into office. So we've been dealing with this for quite a while, really, if you look at it. So if we're tracing the issues to why we are where we are today, we want to talk about the military juntas that we have had and their implication on the running of governance in Nigeria. Whether
Look
or not that has an implication.
I want to start from today. Listen to me. I want to start from today. You are talking about the past. If you touch soldiers under Obasanjo, he will come brace down the village. Under Buhari, kill soldiers, you're free. Shoot down military aircraft, you're free. Obasanjo won't take that. You saw what happened in Odi. You saw what happened in Zakibia. Under Buhari, kill soldiers, it's free. As my brother says, they need to get instruction from politicians before they can save soldiers.
I mean, this is a country guided by laws. We have laws.
No, the
in
law
the country.
the law is if you kill an army, the soldier strikes back. He doesn't ask for permission to revenge. Those are modes of engagement.
Is that simple? Is it that simple?
That is a law.
We have rules of engagement for military on the field.
There is no law that says a soldier should stand if other soldiers are being killed. It doesn't exist.
In 1983, something happened with the same President Buhari.
Yes.
He was then the GOC of 3 Armored Division Jos. When the gendarmes of Cameroon encroached into the Nigerian district, he didn't wait for President.
He didn't ask for political instruction.
He went
into the field straight ahead.
That is professionalism.
Why should it be different now?
and our soldiers are being killed.
So from what you are saying,
our military aircrafts are shut down in Zamfara, nothing happens.
So what you are saying is that the president, being a commander-in-chief of armed forces, I mean, being a retired general, is one of the reasons why many Nigerians thought that he was fit, you know, to take on that office, given the current situation that we are dealing with.
Let me come in here. What my brother is saying is, he is analyzing it from the professional angle. You have chief of army staff. Yes. You have chief of defense staff. You understand? You are at the peak of the commanding authority under your particular jurisdiction. You understand? Where these type of things are happening, are you to wait for somebody who is there sitting in?
No, you don't.
To be, you are not supposed to wait.
But what does the Constitution say about that?
The position of the Constitution is that they are to be allegiant to the nation.
That's it.
They are to be allegiant to protect the nation of the
Constitution,
nation.
to the
They
country.
are periodically to be reporting to him, to the commander. You are there
Whoever comes
and remember
goes
one thing. Remember one
what
word that President Buhari has consistently begun. He has been charging them, end this thing, end this thing, end this thing. The strategies to end lies with the commanding
officers in the field.
The commanding officers.
How can you not
So where the commanding
politicians?
officers have failed, it is incumbent on the president to give them ultimatum, or if they fail, you sack them and replace them with competent ones that are ready to protect and defend every inch of the territory of the Federal Republic of Nigeria as per the oath of office, as per the sanction given by the Constitution.
So if you are talking about giving orders and, you know, commands by the president, we've heard on national TV sometime in past where the president said anyone illegally carrying AK-47 rifle should be shoot aside.
No, the president was not sincere. Let me help you. Don't get confused. This crisis came through the Malian crisis. Okay? Governor Ganduje said, don't let them come into Nigeria with their guns. Buhari allowed them to come into Nigeria with their guns, and as they get into the bush with their guns, the gun is like an aphrodisiac. What did they do? They start doing kidnapping. They start doing banditry. He wouldn't stop them. They make money. They buy all sorts of things in Nigeria. They go and spend in Bamako, in Mali. A lot of them are met. They don't speak Hausa. They don't speak English. They speak Bambara and French. Buhari knew these are not Nigerians. Why did he allow them to become a militia that were killing Nigerians? I myself visited Basari, Dutuma, Kankara, the Musa, Maru, Anka.
Kaj, Mr. Kaj,
why didn't Buhari allow the military to deal with these outside forces? Why did he tie their hands? Now, we are talking about nobody celebrating. There's nothing to celebrate under Buhari.
No, that one is a laxity of the commanding forces, not that of Buhari.
How can they celebrate when they know the man at the head don't want the soldiers to stay?
But that's the thing. That's what I want to ask.
That is exactly why nobody celebrates.
The question I want to ask right now is, the point you're making is that the military should not wait for the orders of the president before they do something about it.
If a soldier is killed, he doesn't wait for a politician's order to revenge that killing.
But that is the thing.
If a soldier's military jet, like was done, the Alpha jet shot down in Zamfara, he don't wait for politicians to give instructions to strike at the enemy.
But has the president told them to stand down?
Well, you heard what it is. They had to come to court with some Magajoro game to even force the president to admit these people terrorizing Nigeria should be called terrorists. Don't you understand what's going on? It is not that they are not capable. It is the intercession and intervention of politicians, and in this case, President Buhari's body language, that's what you call it, that made our army to be this down. So why should they celebrate? Why you be surprised that nobody's celebrating?
But to be fair to the president, he has been giving them the marching order.
Rhetorically.
No, he doesn't have the commanding force of the weaponry.
Okay.
It is the service chief that should now implement the marching order. That is it.
Okay, well, we'll come back to that, these discussions. But for now, let's link up with our correspondent at the Eagle Square, Chijoke Okafor, to have a sense of what's the update at the moment. Okay, we're connecting with the national television to have a proper picture of what's going on really there. Now, while we do that, the parade is ongoing. I would like for you to, this issue about whether or not the president gave the marching orders or not. Why do you think that we have this missing link? Is it that the troops or the soldiers are not motivated enough to, take on initiatives and do the needful when they ought to do so? Or is it a problem of corruption? Where is the missing link?
The corruption is that of the presidency. The presidency got corrupted with a president who was not thinking in terms of being president and father of all. He was disturbed and undermined by his consideration that those who were undermining the army were people linked to his tribe. So that's nepotism. Buhari allowed nepotism in a weaponized form to undermine his presidency.
These are allegations. I mean, how can you prove this? How can you prove that the president
maybe you just come back from Ghana, you don't live in Nigeria. One hallmark that have undermined Buhari's presidency is weaponized nepotism, the exclusion of large sections of society due to the fact that you don't consider them as one of yours.
Well, we just made a point was just made right now that the president does not have the command of the weaponry. He's not the one that goes out to go and shoot these people. And we have heard, he has said countless times, go out and end this. Shouldn't we be looking at the service chiefs now, who are the ones who are supposed to implement the directives of the president, and not the president himself?
I personally spoke to service chiefs and generals, and they told me if the president gave them a go-ahead, they would end the crisis in 4 weeks. I said, how? He said, first 2 weeks they would say, nobody stays in the bush with gun. They will allow everybody with a gun to submit it as a given point. After that, they will send drones up, and whoever they see, they'll bring down. But because the presidency was busy using simplistic words to confuse the army from engaging with the terrorists that we have finally now said are terrorists, that yesterday attacked the Army University in Biu, and as my friend said, the infantry place too. Why should we allow this to go on?
Minister wants to...
Yes, no,
it
is the nepotism aspect he talked about I want to disagree with. Because he said that these people are not Nigerians.
They are not.
That they are, do you remember Harry is not a Nigerian? Or he is a Barbara? Was it Barbara or what did he say?
They speak Bambara.
He said they speak Bambara, they are from this. Buhari is Fulani. So they are not Fulanis. But you said they are Bambaras from Mali.
They are Fulani who speak Bambara from Mali.
So they are not Buhari's.
I am aware of why they came here. There was a peace agreement in 2015. There was a crisis in central Mali between the Dogon and the Fulani. So the problem we had, as I said earlier, was the president did not treat the issue the way it should be. It's actually a refugee crisis. No, but he was masking it as if it was an agricultural issue, asking us for land, grazing reserve to resettle the same refugees. Most of us, including me, advised him, Your Excellency, we've had this problem before in 1974 when Israel invaded East Lebanon. We camped Lebanese refugees in Kano and in Apapa in Lagos. Let us treat this the way it should be. No, he was masking and tried to treat it as if it was an agricultural issue. As I'm talking to you today, we don't have land for them. Finally, Sheikh Gumi is begging us for land for them. But if they are Nigerians, why will Gumi beg for land?
These problems, let me straighten it. Let me tell you what.
If they are Nigerians, why is Gumi begging for land?
Let's hear from...
Let me tell you what the problems are. There are about 3 to 5 problems. The number one problem is weak machinery for adjudication of justice. When you take section 213 down to 304 of the Constitution, it gives you the power of the courts to make determinations. There are so many times you discover trailer loads, container loads with guns, with ammunitions. So many people arrested and then displayed on the media that these are informants, these are this, these are this, these are this, we have others. How many of those people did you ever see penalized? How many did you ever see being prosecuted? So the judicature side has a problem. We have problem of weak administration of justice. And this one is one of the problems in that. The number two has to do with the degree of poverty. Poverty, illiteracy, and lack of social enlightenment. So many people, especially in the northwestern part and even the northeastern part, get recruited into the membership of these bandits as a result of poverty, as a result of unemployment, as a result of hunger and redundancy. And the government has not been able to do anything on that. Rather, the social intervention program they are bringing has a very huge gap between the paradox and the reality of the situation, reality of what the citizen demands. Number three, the totality of the members of the armed forces. For example, take the police. 435,000 policemen, for example. Half of them are securing VIPs and their wives. Half of them are there securing multinational corporation buildings and important governmental buildings. The remaining half that are not up to 100,000, half of it will be the ones navigating road traffics. And then the remaining ones are the ones in the police station. So where are the ones that can be drafted into the bushes? Virtually no. Apart from that, there's serious corruption. From the inception of this government, the president has signed disbursements of money more than any other government from independence to date. We have procured so many of these things theoretically. For example, the other time, I think 2 years back, the president launched commissioning of drones in Kaduna. Work were shot. So many governors were there. They launched the drones. They said this one will not require any human being to be inside. That this is something that can clear every 200 kilometers within 5 minutes. These are the things that it has some gaseous emissions that if it emits the gas, every living thing there will be in coma, so that you will go there and catch them. And then when you bring them into the distance, at the end when they recover, you now shift the terrorists from the captives. You know, all those rosy things were said. Recently, some serious billions were spent on purchase of Tokano or Tokapo. What do they call it? Tokano. So many of those things we have had, so many of those things, but there is no mechanism to really audit and be sure that those monies that have been disbursed for A, is there really A on ground? Do they really have it on ground? By the time you now go into the in-depth of it, you will discover that the bandits have superiority of weaponry over and above.
Yes, but you know, if you look at it, the president has to use institutions.
Yes, that is what I'm saying. He has given out the money, he has given out all their requirements.
So which is why we have, say, for instance,
and he has given them command, end this thing,
yes,
end this
we have a body, say, like the National Assembly, for
instance. We have the Nigerian Army.
Who is supposed to play the oversight function.
We have the Nigerian Army.
We are talking about...
Who doesn't need any legislation to do their job. All they needed was to go ahead to do their job.
Okay, now...
Why did we allow the foreign terrorists to overwhelm Nigeria? Nigerian Army did nothing.
Mr. Kaj, the National Assembly's role is not just restricted to legislation. Excuse me. There's the issue, the role of oversight function that they are supposed to play on government institutions, which is why we have parliamentary committees, isn't it? We have committees on this, we have house committees on that. So who is supposed to make sure that all those budgetary allocations go to where
the National Assembly has brought out? There is no implementation.
What I'm telling you is very simple thing. You don't need National Assembly.
No, excuse me. Mr. Menasara raised an issue about making sure that all the money is budgeted.
Yes, exactly.
For what is budgeted goes to the right source, isn't it? And I said that this is why we have the National Assembly that plays the oversight function to make sure that the budgetary allocation is properly implemented.
Exactly.
Isn't it? Exactly. So who is it the Buhari that is supposed to do that now?
Buratai got so much money, we couldn't see the money. Buratai left and they were asking for equipment, and the man who was asking for equipment suddenly died. So that I don't want to talk about. What you ask yourself, what did the army do when they had intelligence that we had foreigners killing Nigerians.
Not only the army. For example, now, these bandits, they use phone to negotiate ransom that will be given to them. If your telephone is stolen, if your telephone is stolen within 2 hours, if you can give the money, they will trace where it is.
All right.
So,
all right, gentlemen.
And then we have nice comsat. We have satellite.
Okay, gentlemen, please. Now, agreed. We have all of these challenges, right? With our policy, with our structure, corruption, and even politicians. Yes, agreed. But we need a military. And we need a motivated military. How can we motivate our troops? How can we motivate our personnel to defend the territorial integrity of this country?
I told you before, when a fish rots, it starts from the head. We need to elect the right leadership. Not leadership like Buhari that will damage the military. Buhari had demoralized the military. As I'm telling you now, you can see nobody celebrating. What to celebrate? Buhari has destroyed it. How come foreigners come to our country, kill us and nothing happened? Sheikh Gumi now told us if we want peace, we should give them land. If they are Nigerians, where are they from? Why are they begging for land?
You seem to be fixated on the
I have to fixate myself on the word. Yes, of course. I care about security. We're talking about army. Army is about security. And that's why I'm calling this. So why did they stand? To the extent Sheikh Gumi started begging us for land. If they are Nigerians, why is he begging us for land? Where is their local government? Why don't they have land there?
Okay. Yes. The solution to these problems, when you take section 153, K, L, and M, we have the National Defense Council, we have the National Security Council, and we have the Nigerian Police Council. Now, these three councils are the ones that are working out. They need to sit down and rejig the security architecture of the country. For example, all the advanced countries, the police is at the apex. There's something in tandem with sections 214 to 216 of the Constitution. The police is the apex. Therefore, restructure the police. Restructure the police in such a way that they should really have the capacity to handle internal problems. The military should be left only when there is war or protection of territorial borders. The military should be left with their own mandate like that. Then under the distinct, in the United States of America, the customs is under the police. The immigration is under the police. You have cyber crimes police. You have airports police. You have anti-terrorism police. You have all these things restructure our police system in such a way that you have all these, for example, and the custom in Nigeria, where our interest is just to generate revenue. Immigration to issue passports. Those are not the decisions. The security aspect of the services should be there under the commanding of the Inspector General of Police. And then, apart from that, try to investigate. Why is it that when the president said recruit 10,000 policemen, it became difficult? Because of corruption. Flush out whosoever has hand in it, because Nigeria needs nothing less than 5 million policemen, 5 million military men. We have a population of 210 million Nigeria. We have over 10,000 porous borders across the district. And apart from that, mark you, we have created one problem. You cannot have peace and security where your neighbor is not secured. We decided to close borders with our neighbors. These our neighbors, all of them are Francophone-speaking countries. And apart from being Francophone-speaking countries, their own source of money is normally importation of things into Nigeria. We now block the borders. We are creating animosity against them. Try to build good congeniality. Okay. For example, if you take Cameroon, Cameroon is a corridor through the Sambisa forest that will take you to Central African Republic, that will take you to, what do you call it, Kenya, Somalia, all those countries where Al-Shabaab is having its field day. If you take Chad, for example, from Chad you get to Sudan, from Sudan you get to Libya, from Libya you get to countries in the Maghreb who have the residue of those Arab Spring weaponry, who have the residue of the civil war in Sudan, who have the residue of the crisis and the war in Libya. Through there, they easily come in. Take Niger, for example. It is even a double-edged sword. Number one, it is the confluence under which you will have all the countries in the Sahel region. And from there, they can connive with this Niger Republic and infiltrate attacks against Nigeria. And from there, it is a very easy road for you to go from there to Burkina Faso, to Mali, to Gambia, to Senegal, to Sierra Leone, all those countries where Islam in West Africa forces are there.
Right.
So by the time you now take into this and you know that they are Francophone-speaking countries, try to establish synergy with them, try to have good neighborhood police, so that these people will assist in being fellow brothers keepers, and that would yes.
Well, thank you so much. Well, we would be taking live feeds as well from Kano, where we have Idris Jibrin standing by. Hello, Idris.
Yeah, Ayuba, like you can see,
we'll get more
governor
updates
of Kano
later
State,
from
Abdullahi Ganduje, has
Idris
just
Jibrin.
arrived the
For now, let's take a quick breather.
Armed Forces Remembrance Day, and he has
show.
already reviewed the parade that is going on here at the site of the Armed Forces Remembrance Day.
May I, at this juncture, audibly request our distinguished invited guests to please rise in honor of our fallen heroes during this segment of the parade.
So any moment from now, the governor would carry out the wreath laying and then release the pigeons, and thereafter he has already reviewed the parade.
The last boat is this cowboy sounded at the edge of a military tunnel. As the boat sound, all expected to see an occasion, while some of the other stars uniform of the balloons. The whole forces present the celebration is an annual ceremony dedicated to creativity and the soul of the soul of the festival, and also to stay with the comfort, the family, and the descendants. While the entire party marching to take the position, we are simply respectfully invite the following citizens to join the meeting offer for this day. The Executive of North Africa and the citizens in this day. That will be the commander of the Nigerian Army, the commander of the Nigerian Air Force, the commander of the Nigerian Army, commander of the Army State, the Speaker of the House of Assembly, the Chief Justice, the Royal Highness the Emir of Kano, former Nigeria Legion State Director, Director Department of the Islamic State, Controller Nigerian Correctional Service, Kano Command, the Commandant Nigerian Security and President for Kano State Command. They are also request that persons are called at people to perform the relief play. Please, if you are not part of people doing the relief play, please, you can take your seat under the canopy. Thank you very much.
Any moment from now, the governor and other invited guests will perform the wreath laying as traditionally being observed annually state here in Kano. We can see the parade officers are marching onto the ground where the governor will now commence the wreath laying, and then subsequently the release of the pigeon. Earlier, the governor has reviewed the parade, and all other dignitaries have taken their space. Note that
Additionally to the visitors that we made, may I also invite the Donald Abubakar, representing Mexican Army of Southwest Association, and the representative of the Towers of Southwest. If you cannot move, please go back to your position. Thank you.
I think so. But you can still move. Once again, we have most respectfully invite His Royal Highness the Emir of Kano to join other dignitaries in the Wing. May I also invite the Fisherman, President of the Army, with the exposition to present us to the meeting here. In the name of Allah, the Lord gracious, the Lord merciful. Oh Allah, King of all kings, Lord of the entire universe and the Almighty, thank you for preserving us to witness this remarkable event.
End of your address. May I have your craft and your combatant permission to gather with the troops. Address. May I have your craft and your combatant permission to carry with the troops? Huh.
They will carry out their function so that in their offices as leaders, they will lead this country, Nigeria, to a greater height, and it will go well for all of us, living in peace and harmony. We ask this through Christ our Lord. May we now observe a minute silence for the departed heroes. Of our departed heroes continue to rest in peace. Amen. Thank you very much, sir. Very serious good to go to my presence. Coming through at this point, we are come to the climax of today's event, which will be with your ceremony. Permit me to look respectfully request the return officer for today's parade, His Excellency the Executive Governor of County, Dr. Umar Abdullah Kandide, to please lead the meeting.
yes, maybe start coming to the community and enjoy thank Now, I will personally invite Your Highness, the Emir of Kano, Alaji Aminu Adebayo, to perform the perform the evening is the chairman of the Vatican Sanitary Chapter. With your added line, with the being retired.
there you have it. Live feeds from the nation's capital and also from Kano, where the Armed Forces Remembrance Day is being commemorated. We saw the governor of Kano State there laid a wreath alongside other senior top military personnel there. We await that of the president on the show. But before then, let's take concluding thoughts, from our guest here in the studio. We have Kacho Nonuju, who is a public affairs analyst, and also Nasara Kogo Umar, senior lawyer and also public affairs commentator. Now, we've been talking about the significance of this day today. Now, how can we, I think, like I've asked this question for the upteenth time, we're all about how to strengthen institutions in Nigeria. How can we encourage the military? We have heard, yes, about those who have retired that are still talking about, some of their benefits that are yet to be paid. We have those in service who, from time to time, we hear complaints about how they lack equipment, their welfare is not taken care of seriously. And we're looking at also, how will this, have an implication on those younger ones who are hearing these stories, who are, probably nursing the idea of joining the military and all of that, So how can we have a better system?
One way, see it as Nigerian army that belongs to all Nigerians. Don't allow nepotism to allow you to destroy it. 2 days ago, Frank Mba, the DPRO, the police PRO, said that Southerners were not joining the police. Probably because of the nepotism that's been institutionalized in it during the Buhari administration. So what I say, treat the institutions as Nigerian institutions. Don't allow nepotism to undermine them. If you do, the price you pay later on will be so frightening, as we're currently seeing across the country, across institutions and parastatals. So I don't want to blame the army for the problem that they've come under. I blame the politician, and in this case, I blame it at the foot of President Buhari. He is the one that has allowed the army to become a laughingstock. No celebration, nobody cares. Maybe me and you, as we've been here, I thought you should have gone to Kaduna, where we have army headquarters.
We have someone on standby, and so we're expecting. We should
have had that so that we can see how the army is by filling Kaduna.
All right, thank you so much.
I pray politicians wake up to the demands of embracing the nation.
All right, thank you.
Not their ethnicities.
All right, so let's get concluding thoughts from Nasara. What are your thoughts about all that we've talked about?
Well, the military should be focused and should dedicate themselves to their professionalism. The military should, as much as possible, divorce themselves away from politics. The military should, as much as possible, be looking for good name, not for good money. Avoid corruption. Get away from all this madness that is unprofessional, looking for money. The military has no business in contracts regarding arms and ammunition. They try to clean your name by winning medal in throwing away all these vestiges of terrorism that we are witnessing in the country, in all parts of the country. It is your responsibility to restore your name. Your name is diminishing. Restore it in gold by rededicating yourself to professionalism. The government too should be up and doing. Government is weak when it comes to the issue of penalty on wrongdoers. Penalty on wrongdoers. Criminalities is going on every day. Nobody is being penalized. Armed and ammunitions are being intercepted by the day. We have not seen any legal sanction imposed on anybody. Criminals are being arrested, bandits are being arrested, informers are being arrested. We don't see them being prosecuted in courts. Everybody is doing whatever, so the government should be up and doing, the legal profession should be up and doing, The judiciary under sections 213 to 304 should be up and doing. And then the president, you are the commander-in-chief of the armed forces, and you are the chief executive officer of the Federation of Nigeria under section 130 of the Constitution. It is your responsibility. Anybody that is not competent, you flush him out, irrespective of whatever affiliation he may have with you or your political party.
Exactly. All right, well, thank you, gentlemen, for joining us on the program today. It's been quite insightful talking to you here. Thank you for coming.
You're welcome.
Thanks for having us.
All right. Well, with that, we wrap up Daybreak for today.
Very special
extended edition of the Daybreak show today.
It's a good one.
We will be joining live feeds from the Eagle Square. We understand that the president is arriving at the Eagle Square for the Armed Forces Remembrance Day. So from me, Ayuba Ilia. See you later. We'll leave you with live feeds from the Eagle Square.
And I'm Ibrahim Yusuf. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Brigade, Brigadier General Mohammed Takuti Usman. He proceeds to exchange presidential pleasantries with the dignitaries on parade, His Excellency the Vice President, the distinguished Senate President, the Right Honourable Speaker of the House of Representatives, the Lordship the Chief Justice, the Honourable Minister of Defence, the Honourable Minister of the Federal Capital Territory represented, the Chief of Defence Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, the Chief of the Naval Staff, the Chief of Air Staff, and bringing up the rear, the Inspector General of Police. Please, can we rise wherever we're seated, please? In absolute deference to the content officers, please. Can we rise, please? And when the national anthem is sounded, officers, warrant officers in uniform should please salute. Thank you. Please take your seats. Thank you. The national salute that heralded the arrival of special guests of honor over. The parade commander will shortly march towards the saluting desk to give the essence of today's ceremony to the special guest of honor. Parade commander Major Damilala Aye Bogun. You can see that shortly.
Remembrance Day Parade from the 15 officers, 120 members of the armed forces, and the Nigerian on parade, ready for inspection. Your Excellency,
very distinct, unambiguous, given there by the parade commander, Major Damilola Ayebogun. His Excellency, the special guest of honor, will be accompanied on this inspection by the Commander Guards Brigade, Brigadier General Mohammed Takuti Usman. We did mention earlier in our commentary, there are 5 guards on parade. 2 guards provided by the Nigerian Army, 1 each by the Nigerian Navy, the Nigerian Air Force, and members of the Nigerian Legion, patriotic, loyal, dedicated, that are on parade this morning. There are 4 colors on parade. The national color, the regimental color, the Nigerian Army, the Nigerian Navy, and the Nigerian Air Force, respectively. The sub-guard commanders are Lieutenant C. Dioha, the right sub-guard commander, Lieutenant M.T. Tinkan, the left sub-guard commander. Number 2 guard is commanded by Captain Y.A. Rabiu. The sub-guard commanders are Lieutenant A. Samuel and Lieutenant N.P. Sit Mang. The ensigns to the colors, the national color, is Captain M.I. Dangana. The ensign to the regimental color of the Nigerian Army is Captain I.S. Juero. The ensign to the naval color is Navy Lieutenant J.B. O'Reilly. The ensign to the Air Force Oshubade. There are regimental sergeant majors backing this. Major backing the national and the regimental color is Master Warrant Officer Yunusa Ibitoye. He doubles as the RSM of 7 Guards Battalion. We also have RSM Naval Color, Master Warrant Officer Fongos Zedekia Danfulani. The RSM of the Air Force Color is Warrant Officer Hussein Yao. The overall RSM Master Warrant Officer Sanusi Mohammed, that's the Brigade RSF. The scintillating and very, very clean turnouts as a result of instructions and handling by various RSFs. Number 3 guard is commanded by Navy Lieutenant S.K. Mohammed. Commanders are Lieutenant E.I. Opala and Sub-Lieutenant M.B. Oyeleye. Number 4 guard is commanded by Flight Lieutenant U.U. Akube. The sub-guard commanders are Flying Officer U.A. Nkanga and Flying Officer E.O. Ogu. Bringing up the rear is number 5 guard, Lieutenant Colonel Y.M. Wakili. The sub-guard commanders are Lieutenant Colonel John Ako and Captain Zebion Langa. The parade inspection over. The parade commander has just sought to get the presidential permission of His Excellency Mr. President, the Grand Patron of the Nigerian Legion, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, His Excellency Muhammadu Buhari, GCFR. We are now moving to the next major segment that is moving towards the National Arcade for the wreath-laying ceremony. We also want to recognize the band officers, Major M. Toriola, Squadron Leader A.A. Ololude, and Lieutenant Commander Francis Carlo of the Navy. At this juncture, the microphone swings over to Captain Anebi Abakwa for the continuation of the commentary. Captain Abakwa, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Major Paul Abara, retired. Your Excellency, the special guest of honor and the reviewing officer for this very historic occasion, His Excellency, President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, President Muhammadu Buhari. It has been events unfolding here at the National Arcade venue for the year 2022 Armed Forces Remembrance Day celebration parade. Earlier, we witnessed the arrival of the reviewing officer and the special guest of honor for today's event. after which we had the inspection of the various guards by the reviewing officer. The next event we'll be witnessing any moment from now will be the last post. The last post is a bugle call used in military funerals and ceremonies to commemorate those killed in war. The custom dates back to the 17th century. Therefore, the last post that will be sounded is in honor of our fallen heroes who paid the supreme price for our dear country, Nigeria. Your Excellencies, distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, at the moment, the firing party commander, Sergeant Atsue Simbe, is marching the firing party to the cenotaph, accompanied by the dignitaries that will lay wreath this very historic morning. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, happy viewing.
Solemn occasion, most sacrifice.
Zaman lafiya kasancewa kaɗai daga cikin tsuntsaye na gida kuma wato ana wannan tsari na kasance sabaru kamar da nace domin alamta
Excellencies, distinguished guests, senior officers, ladies and gentlemen, when the last post is sounded, 7 officers and warrant officers in uniform are to salute. Please shall we rise for the last post in honor of the fallen heroes. Thank you. Dignitaries, please take your seats. Thank you. The next event is special prayers for the living and fallen heroes who fought gallantly for the global peace and national integration. At this juncture, may I respectfully invite the Director Chaplain Services, Roman Catholic, Colonel Anthony Francis Mayemagini, to kickstart the prayers. The Director, sir.
In the name of God the Father, God the Son, and God the Holy Spirit, amen. Almighty and ever-living God, we profoundly thank you for the great favor of giving us the wonderful gift of this geolocation, Nigeria. Thank you for the blessings of bestowing our land with unimaginable gift of both human and natural resources. We profoundly thank you for the gift of the diversity of professions that have produced the men and women of the Nigerian Armed Forces. We acknowledge with gratitude, O Lord, your immeasurable kindness to us as a people and especially to the Nigerian Armed Forces with all the structures that support it. All-powerful and merciful Father, you are the God of justice, love, and peace. You rule over all the nations of the earth. Power and might are in your hands, and no one can withstand you. We present our country, Nigeria, before you. We praise and thank you, for you are the source of all we have on earth. Spare this nation, Nigeria, from chaos, anarchy, and doom. Listen graciously to the cries of your people who confidently turn to you. O God of infinite goodness, be our strength in adversity, our comfort in sorrow, our health in weakness. We implore you to grant peace to our nation. We thank you, O Lord, for the cream of officers of the Nigerian Armed Forces and the entire men and women of the Nigerian Armed Forces, and all that we have been doing to uphold the territorial integrity of this nation and the peace support operations outside the shores of this nation. Bless us and bless all who support us in many other ways. Bless, strengthen, and support us in this current war against terrorism and other vices. Grant this through our Lord Jesus Christ, your Son, who lives and reigns with you in the unity of the Holy Spirit, God, forever and ever.
Amen. Thank you very much. The next to offer our prayers for the living and the fallen heroes is the Director of Islamic Affairs, Group Captain Taufik Gidado Mikdad.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. O Allah, you are the all-powerful, and you can never become powerless. O Allah, you are the protector of all creation, and you need no protection from anyone. O Allah, you are the supreme, whose supremacy is not challengeable. You are the Almighty, whose decision is not reversible. You are the eternal Lord of all ages, who will never die and is not replaceable. O Allah, exalted be your mighty name. As we are here gathered today in commemoration of the sacrifices made by our fallen heroes, O Allah, we pray, forgive them, bless them, support their widows, stand by their orphans, replace their sorrows with joy, replace their pains with gains, and fill their vacuums with peace and happiness, and wipe their silent cries at this moment of mourning. Our nation, Nigeria, make us stronger, boost our economy, and grant us peace and security. Our President Muhammad Buhari, be for him and be not against him. Support him and do not support against him, and grant him success at the end of all endeavors. Our leaders at all levels, O Allah, guide them in the best interest of this nation. On our own, we cannot do anything. By ourselves, we cannot achieve anything. The armed forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, O Allah, grant us victory unto victory over the enemies of our nation. La hawla wa la quwwata illa billah. Subhana rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun. Wa salamun ala al-mursaleen. Walhamdulillahi rabbil alameen. Ameen.
Amen. The next to offer the prayer is the Director Chaplain Services Protestant, Air Commodore Dogobari.
Almighty and everlasting Father, the Father of our Lord Jesus Christ, the all-knowing and all-doing God, the one and only true God who sees and knows and understands all things. Before you we come as a nation in solemn remembrance of our great men and women who paid the supreme price for the unity, oneness, progress of this nation. Lord, we come before you with our hearts heavy and pain for the sacrifice your children have paid, asking you, Lord, that the sacrifices of your children shall not be in vain. Lord, we pray for the leadership of this nation under the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, President Muhammadu Buhari, and his Executive Council, the legislators, and the judiciary, and the armed forces of this country. We ask, Lord, for your wisdom. We ask, Lord, for your courage. We ask, Lord, for tenacity even in their leadership. Father, we ask of you that even as we remember the fallen heroes, cause us to arise to the call of this nation, that which your children have laid for the sake of unity and progress of this nation shall not be in vain. Lord, we pray for strength and unity, for guidance and direction. Lord, we pray especially for the current challenges that your nation is bedealt inside. We ask of you, Lord, you are the man of war, that all enemies of this nation arise, O Lord, and fight the battle of this nation, that the glory of this nation shall be restored even in a great way. We thank you for the widows and orphans of the fallen heroes. We are lifting them before you this morning, asking you, Lord, that even as you've taken their loved ones, strengthen them, encourage them, comfort them, guide and direct them, and provide even unto their needs. That none of these ones, Lord, will ever regret the sacrifice of their breadwinners. Father, keep them safe and secure. We are so grateful, Lord, committing the armed forces of this nation that are fighting day and night to ensure peace and unity of this nation within this country and outside the shore of this nation. Lord, grant our soldiers, officers and men, victory over every form of operations, be it on the air, sea, or land. Grant your children victory. Keep them safe and secure. And every platform, Lord, being used, Father, grant that it shall succeed. Thank you, Holy Spirit, for being the guide of this nation. And we trust you, Lord, that beyond our imagination, the nation Nigeria shall rise beyond human expectations. Thank you because you are faithful. Blessed be your holy name, Lord, even as we've prayed and asked all this through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
Amen. Please shall we all rise to observe a minute silence in honor of the fallen heroes. Thank you. May the souls of the departed rest in perfect peace. Amen. Dignitaries, you may please take your seat. Thank you. The next event will be the commencement of the wreath laying ceremony. And the first to lay the wreath this historic morning is His Excellency President Muhammadu Buhari, GCFR. At this juncture, may I most respectfully and dutifully request the Commander Guards Brigade, Brigadier General Mohammed Takuti Usman, to please invite the special guest of honor to lead dignitaries for the wreath laying ceremony. The Commander, sir.
It's not
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the first known wreath laying ceremony to honor unknown soldiers dates back to the Peloponnesian Wars in ancient Greece, where an empty stretcher was carried in tribute to the dead. The wreath laying ceremony involves the placing of flowers at a memorial site. In the military, this is done at the tomb of the unknown soldier. This solemn ritual has continued to be observed globally till date. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, happy viewing. And the next to lay the wreath is the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Professor Yemi Osinbajo.
The President of the Senate, Senator Hamad Ibrahim Lawan, and the Speaker House of Representatives, Right Honorable Femi Bajabiamila. Is the Chief Justice of Nigeria, His Lordship Justice Ibrahim Tanko, CFR. Defense, Major General Bashir Salihi Magashi retired, and the Honorable Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Malam Muhammad Musa Bello, represented at this solemn occasion by the Honorable Minister of State, Federal Capital Territory. Is the Chief of Defense Staff, General Loki Rabo.
service chiefs and the Inspector General Police, the Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Farouk Yahaya, the Chief of the Naval Staff, Vice Admiral Awal Zubero Gambo, the Chief of Air Staff, Air Marshal Isiaka Oladayo Mao, and the Inspector General Police, IGP Usman Alkali Baba. Is the representative of the Doha Diplomatic Corps, His Excellency Ambassador Salahuddin Abbas Ibrahima, the Cameroonian ambassador to Nigeria.
The next to lay the wreath is the Chairman, Nigerian Legion, Major General A.M. Jibril, retired, and the representative of the widows, Dr. Mrs. Lemu, wife of late Major General S.M. Lemu. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it may interest you to know that Dr. Mrs. Aisha Salihu Lemu is the wife of late Major General S.M. Lemu, who died on the 17th of September 2006, plane crash in Benue, on their way to Obodo on official assignment. Late Major General S.M. Lemu was former Provost Marshal, Army, and died as a Chief of Administration, Army. He was an officer and a gentleman. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to the end of the wreath-laying ceremony on this historic celebration of the Armed Forces Remembrance Day celebration parade here at the National Arcade. The next event we'll be witnessing in a very short while is the firing of the three volleys. The firing of the three volleys is a ceremonial act performed at military funerals. ladies and gentlemen, all have to rise. Officers and officers uniform are to please salute. Thank you. Dignitaries, you may please take your seats. Thank you. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, what we just witnessed was the firing of the Trivolis. The next event is the Reveille. The Reveille signifies the last respect in honor of the fallen heroes.
Please, cameraman, it is exclusive to the FRC and NTA, the State House correspondents, and the Guard Brigade reporters. Please, cameraman, all of us are pleased to give way for the signing ceremony when it commences.
Please shall we all rise for the Reveille. Thank you.
Security details, please ensure the place is not clustered by a battery of cameramen, please.
Dignitaries, you may please take your seat. Thank you. The next event is the signing of the Armed Forces Remembrance Day Anniversary Register. At this juncture, may I humbly request the Commander Guards Brigade to invite Mr. President to sign the Armed Forces Remembrance Day Anniversary Register and thereafter release the pigeons.
And His Excellency will be accompanied on this signing of the register by His Excellency the Vice President, the Distinguished Senate President, the Honorable Speaker of the House of Representatives, the Chief Justice of Nigeria, the Honorable Minister of Defense, Honorable Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, the Chief of Defense Staff, Service Chiefs, the Chief of Army Staff, the Chief of the Naval Staff, the Chief of Air Staff, the Inspector General Police. Please, every other dignitary, please create some space there. Security men, please take control, please. We don't need any cluster. One and all, please. Signing of the anniversary register, indicating his impression of today's occasion, and of course, his felicitation to the dignitaries, the armed forces personnel that saw action in the different operations. By the special guest of honor, the Grand Patron of the Nigerian Legion, President Commander-in-Chief, His Excellency Muhammadu Buhari, GCFR. Put our hands together as he proceeds to release the birds of pigeon, birds of peace, They fly high to indicate the harmony and the very, very conducive atmosphere at this arena, and by extension, the entire nation, Nigeria. Birds of Beijing are birds of peace, sparkling, immaculate, white. They fly high. The birds fly. Your hands together, please, for the special guest of honor, please. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Next will be the national salute, bringing us to the end of this very sober, very solemn occasion of the year 2022 Armed Forces Remembrance Day Presidential Parade Lane Ceremony at the National Arcade, Abuja. Please, once again, when the national anthem is rendered by the band on parade, we are all please expected to rise. Officers, warrant officers in uniform should please salute. Thank you very much. Can we please rise wherever we are seated, please? Thank you. Officers, warrant officers in uniform to please salute. Thank you. Please take a seat. The national salute holder, the parade commander, Major Damilola Aye Bogun, steps forward to seek the presidential permission of Mr. President to march up the colors and the rest of the parade. That's bringing us to the end of this ceremony.
Parade. Your Excellency.
Presidential permission granted by the special guest of honor, the Grand Patron of the Nigerian Legion, President Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Excellency Muhammadu Buhari, GCFR. And all too soon, we have come to the end of this very sober, unique occasion of the remembrance of our fallen heroes, known and unknown, and our living heroes. The 2022 Armed Forces Remembrance Day Parade, the National Arcade Abuja. On behalf of the National Planning Committee, Executive Chairman and Executive Members of the 2022 Armed Forces Remembrance Day Celebration, officers and men of the Nigerian Armed Forces and the Nigerian Legion, I wish to thank one and all for honoring our invitation to be part of today's historic event. I am Major Paul S. Abara, retired, formerly of the Directorate of Army Public Relations, the late Master of Ceremony, and my colleagues who've been Captain Godfrey and Nebi Abakpa, the Assistant Director of Public Relations Guard Brigade, and Flying Officer Christel Odile of the Nigerian Air Force. We wish one and all journey mercies back to our respective destinations. Thank you, God bless, until we meet in 2023. Au revoir. Thank you.